Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Ophis, Dragon of Infinity, lived in an eternal void, and everything suited her. But the Great Red, the strongest dragon that ever lived, appeared. Ophis was unhappy that some dragon wanted to take her house, and they fought in battle. This fight lasted for a very long time. They fought in the eternal void for about a week, but in the end Ophis lost to Red and she had to leave. She found herself in a forest near a village. She decided to go at random. There was no hurry anyway. Having walked like this until the evening, she suddenly felt something familiar. It was the aura of Albion, one of the two heavenly dragons. Ophis decided to find out where this aura came from. She decided to teleport to the place where the aura came from. Once there, she saw that she was in a dark alley. Looking around, she saw a crowd of 3 people beating a child who had already passed out from the shock of pain. Ophis herself didn't understand why, but she got terribly angry at this picture and released her snakes and killed the men who beat the child. She quickly ran up to the boy and saw that there was no living space on him. Ophis decided to take a desperate step. "Albion, can you hear me?" Ophis asked. Suddenly the boy was overcome by a light glow. "Ophis? I didn't expect to see you here," said the dragon in the boy's body. "Why is he doing this?" Ouroboros asked. "The Kyuubi is supposedly sealed in him, but he is sealed in his brother and sister, and he was made a scapegoat. Because of this he is hated in the village. This is not the first time he was beaten, and he is only 4 years old," said Albion. "Is there a chance that he will survive?" Ophis asked. "Why is the Infinity Dragon Ophis concerned about the fate of this kid? I don't know myself why I feel a kindred spirit in him. There are chances, but they are small. Perhaps this is for the best. I would not want to live such a life, alone, in fear that every day could be the last. No, I won't let him die, and I won't let him be alone anymore," Ophis said and bit her gum. "What are you planning?" Albion asked. "I'll make him a dragon and become an older sister and take care of him. Can you help me?" Ophis said. "I'll have to, because if he dies, I'll also die for a while," said Albion. Ophis smiled slightly. She took some blood in her mouth and kissed Naruto so that he drank the blood. The boy swallowed the blood and was engulfed in a purple glow. The boy began to feel trembling. Ophis hugged him and transferred her mana to make it easier to accept the power. After an hour, the child calmed down and stopped shaking. Ophis felt changes in his body and relaxed. "Albion, do you know where he lives?" Ophis asked. "Not far from here," said Albion. Ophis transferred the mana through the boy to Albion and he could teleport them home. Ophis put the boy on the bed, and his head on her lap and began to stroke it. "Albion, what's his name?" Ophis asked. "Naruto. He is an orphan, his parents abandoned him, his father is the 4th Hokage, by decision of the council he should have been taken to an orphanage. The Hokage did not want to give 2 Jinchuriki to an orphanage, so he surrendered Naruto. At first they took care of him, but someone spread a rumor that Naruto was supposedly a Jinchuriki, and they began to starve him, beat him, lock him in the basement, and so on. Only then they gave him this apartment, but he is kicked out from almost everywhere. It is difficult for him to buy food, they raise prices more than twice. Life is not easy for him," said Albion. "He won't have to suffer or be afraid of anything anymore, because he's now Naruto Ouroboros," Ophis said. Naruto woke up in an unknown place. There was nothing but white space. Where am I? The last thing I remember is how I was beaten in an alley by 3 drunken jounin. Naruto said incomprehensibly. Well, you finally visited me. A bass voice was heard from behind Naruto. Naruto quickly turned around and saw a white western dragon with 4 legs and a pair of wings. He has blue eyes and 2 golden horns, with a body 22 meters long. Who are you? Naruto asked with a tremble in his voice. I am the Vanishing Dragon, also known as Albion. I was with you all the time, but while you were weak, my voice did not reach you. Explained the dragon. But how did I end up here? What happened to me? Naruto said. You were beaten to death again, you would have died, but Ophis, the Infinity Dragon, came and saved you. Said Albion. Saved me? What did she do? I shared my blood. Now you are not a human, far from a human, now you are the second dragon of infinity. Naruto was shocked. He became a dragon, and the Vanishing Dragon also lives in him. So I'm not human, and I won't be able to use chakra? True, but now you have much stronger than chakra. This is the power of the dragon, plus you have my power, but it is still dormant. With proper training you will be able to awaken it and you will be stronger than all Kage, all generations, even Hashirama Senju. Shinobi God? But this is not possible, not a single person has yet reached Hashirama's level, except Madara Uchiha. All my carriers were the strongest creatures, they just did not go into the light and acted in the shadows. I see, but how can I become stronger? Ophis will begin to train you, and you will be able to awaken my Longinus. With further training you will awaken the balance breaker, then even better, but this is still far away, and now it's time to wake up, your new sister is waiting for you. Said Albion. Naruto's eyes darkened. Naruto woke up in his apartment under a blanket, his whole body hurt terribly. He looked around the room and saw nothing, he thought that he had dreamed everything. I finally woke up. I heard a voice in my head. Albion? Naruto was surprised. Who did you expect to hear? Not everything is fine, I thought it was all a dream. Not a dream, Ophis went out to get food, while you wash your face. Naruto nodded mentally and got out of bed. When he went into the bath he looked in the mirror and was stunned. It's me? Naruto shouted. Yes, these are the consequences of draconization. Albion explained. A handsome guy looked at Naruto from the mirror, with ashen hair, 3 stripes on his cheeks on each side, a slightly pointed nose, slightly pale lips, and the same pale skin color. When Naruto had seen enough of himself, he washed his face and brushed his teeth. And he went out to the kitchen. There he saw a cute gothic Lolita in black and purple clothes, 137 centimeters tall. Woke up, how are you feeling? The girl asked. Fine, thank you, and you? Naruto said. Come on, because now I'm your older sister, my name is Ophis, the Dragon of Infinity. So you saved me. Albion told me everything, then it will be easier. Sit down now and let's eat, I'm cooking for the first time, so don't expect it to be delicious. Naruto nodded and sat down at the table. After a couple of minutes Ophis placed a plate of rice and vegetables in front of him. Naruto took his chopsticks and tasted the dish. Ophis, this is very tasty. Naruto said and began to gobble up the rice. Thank you. Ophis blushed and began to eat too. After 10 minutes both plates were empty. Ophis, where do you get money for food? Asked Naruto. Nowhere, I just used hypnosis on the seller and took the products for free. Said Ophis while drinking tea and cookies. I see, tell me why you saved me. I felt sorry for you and saw a kindred spirit in you. Thank you, sis Ophis. Naruto smiled. You're welcome, since Albion explained everything to you, then from tomorrow we will begin training with the power of infinity in Albion. I have already drawn up a training plan. For the first 2 years we will train you physically and awaken your Longinus, then we will train magic and see Longinus. In 4 years, I will most likely be accepted into the academy, so we only have 4 years. This is quite enough, and we will continue to train at the academy, because you are the second infinity dragon after me. Little sister, tell me about Longinus. Okay, Longinus is a weapon given to people by the biblical God himself. Also known as divine instruments. Their owners usually leave their mark on history and have great influence. Sacred artifacts are an innate ability of a human or semi-human. That's right, this is a very dangerous weapon, and if it falls into the wrong hands it will be very bad. It's true. Where are you from? I don't think that the Infinity Dragon will just walk around Konoha. Here you are right, I didn't end up here of my own free will, I used to live in the void, but Great Red appeared. He is the strongest dragon that ever lived. We clashed in a fight where I lost, and I had to leave my home, and that's how I ended up here. So he came and kicked you out of the house? Ophis nodded. Then I had a goal in life. Ophis looked questioningly at Naruto. I will become stronger and give you back your home. Crazy? Great Red cannot be defeated, not even I can do it. Don't worry, sister, I will become stronger than him and return you back to the void. Naruto said and smiled. Okay, let's go to bed. Wait, are we going to sleep in the same bed? Of course, because you don't have a second bed. Okay. Naruto blushed. They went into the room and went to bed. Good night, Naruto. Good night, Ophis. Evening, Hokage's house. The Hokage house was in turmoil as Kushina Gremory prepared for the arrival of her older sister Rias Gremory and her husband Hito Issei along with their daughter Laura Gremory. Her husband Minato Phoenix just sat and drank tea. Their children Menma and Akemi sat in their room and played. Minato, why are you so calm? They should be coming soon. Kushina said. There's nothing to worry about, they come every year, but you're still not used to it. Minato said, taking a sip. So what, this is an important event. Okay. Minato said and went to help his wife. An hour later everything was ready and everyone was waiting for the guests. The seal of the Gremory clan appeared on the floor and 3 people came out from there. Rias One-chan. Kushina shouted and rushed to hug her sister. I'm glad to see you too, Kushina, but could you please let me go, otherwise you'll strangle me. Rias said. Minato walked up to Issei. Hello Issei, long time no see. Minato said holding out his hand. Yes, it's been a really long time, Minato. Issei shook hands. Okay, go into the living room. Kushina said. Everyone went into the kitchen and began to eat. An hour later, the children ran upstairs to play, while the adults remained below. How is Laura doing? Asked Kushina. Okay, I've already been able to awaken the power of Gremory, so in 4 years we'll send you to the academy. Rias said. We will be only glad that Menma and Akemi will also go to the academy in 4 years. Said Minato. How are they doing? Rias asked. Menma was able to awaken the power of the Phoenix, and Akemi the power of Gremory. And he? Issei asked. Who? Don't pretend to be Minato, you understand who I mean. Naruto? We don't know what's wrong with him, he lives alone and receives benefits for orphans. Said Minato. I still can't believe that you just threw him away like that. Rias said. He wouldn't be able to awaken the power of any of the clans, you yourself know that it would be a shame for us, and Minato Hokage wouldn't do it well for his reputation either. Kushina said. Okay, that's your business, but if mom and dad knew about it, she wouldn't pet you, Kushina. Rias said. I'm not a little girl anymore, Rias, and I can decide for myself what to do. Kushina said. After 10 minutes, a magic circle appeared and Surzex, the current Satan, and his queen Grethia emerged from there. Rias, Kushina, what's going on? Asked Satan. What are you talking about, brother. Kushina was surprised. A surge of energy from Ouroboros and the white dragon was recorded in Konoha. Said Griffia. Albion? Draig, why didn't you say that you felt it? Issei asked. A red glove with a green crystal appeared on Issei's hand. I also felt the aura of Ophis and Albion, but I thought it was just my imagination. Draig said. It turns out that Albion has awakened in another medium, but what did Ophis forget? Minato asked. We don't know this. But we advise you not to take anything for now. It's unknown what Ophis forgot here, so be careful and don't take anything. Surzek said and disappeared along with Griffia. Everyone sat with obvious concern on their faces, because if Ophis appeared here, then something led her here, and Albion also woke up too many coincidences for one day. After 30 minutes I decided to leave. Rias and Issei took Laura and told her that in 4 years she would enter Konoha Academy. Minato and Kushina saw them off, then put the children to bed and went to bed themselves. Time skip 4 years. For 4 years now, the newly minted Infinity Dragon, Naruto, has been training to use his new power. As expected, he does not have chakra, but it is unnecessary, because in Konoha demons using magic circles is not new, and demon clans in Konoha are very revered. Naruto is certainly not a demon, but he is much stronger than any average demon. Every day, young Ouroboros is becoming stronger. Now he can compare with a strong Chunin or a weak Jounin. But Naruto believed that this was not enough to defeat Great Red, so he trained harder every day. A year after starting his training, Naruto was able to awaken his Longinus. Albion was very surprised, because usually power is awakened in teenagers at least, but here a 5-year-old child was able to awaken the divine separator. The main difference from all Albion carriers is that while others had simply bright blue wings, Naruto had one blue wing and the other dark purple. Ophis said that it was her power and the draconization had such an effect. They decided to train the balance breaker only when Naruto finishes training his body. As Albion said, an unprepared body will not withstand the load and will be torn to pieces, and even the power of Ophis will not help. Therefore, Naruto pumped his body for another whole year so that he could activate the balance breaker. Another year passed, and the training of the power of Ouroboros and Albion began. From 7 a.m. to lunch, training with Ophis, from lunch to midnight, training with Albion. Naruto was completely fine with this daily routine, because he wanted to become stronger and help his sister return home. Ophis herself did not know whether she wanted to return or not. On the one hand, she misses the eternal silence and emptiness, but on the other, over these 2 years she has become very attached to Naruto and already considers him a blood younger brother, and not a named one. Naruto also loved his older sister like a relative. But he understood that he had promised Ophis that he would bring her home, and he would do it. In order not to make it particularly obvious to the Hokage and others that 2 Infinity Dragons had appeared in Konoha, Ophis always put up a very powerful barrier before training through which no one and nothing would pass and nothing would be heard. You could say this is their personal dimension, where it was only them and training. The barrier stood until midnight when Albion's training ended. It will take another year and a half. Naruto could enter the balance breaker without consequences and stay in it as much as he wants, as well as his wings. One side of the armor was white and shone, like snow on which the sun shines, and the other side was dark purple, but it was even darker, the word emptiness, in which grains of light remained. Of course, Naruto learned to control the power of Ophis, but only 45%, but even with it, Naruto could defeat a strong Chunin or a mid-order demon. He is not going to touch Juggernaut Drive yet, since there is no need for this yet. Right now it is better for him to completely master the power of the Infinity Dragon 100%, and then he can already think about Juggernaut Drive. The remaining time before the academy, he practically did not leave the barrier, only to eat and sleep for at most 2 hours, and so he trained tirelessly and did not spare himself. Nothing has changed in the Hokage family. Menma grew up as a very smart boy, from the age of 7 he already began to train in using the magic of the Phoenix clan, but it was difficult for him since his father was at work and his mother did not possess the power of the Phoenix. Akemi, on the other hand, was not such a genius, but she could create a protective seal that would repel an attack at the level of an academy student. The strangest thing is that they did not grow up to be spoiled upstarts, although they have quite a bit of power in Konoha, just like their father is Hokage and heir to the Phoenix clan, and their mother is Satan's younger sister. Of course, they did not know about Kyubi or about their brother who was abandoned by his parents to the care of fate. Kyubi did not interfere with them. The main thing is that they do not touch him, and he himself does not touch them, but simply sleeps quietly and peacefully. Menma and Akemi were friends with many clan and non-clan children, such as Sasuke Uchiha, Ino Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno, Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi and many more. Issei and Rias often visited them and trained them, Menma in the physical plane, and Akemi in the Gremory power. They also sometimes felt bursts of Ouroboros or Albion, but they stopped over time. Naruto told Ophis why clans of demons and fallen angels are revered in Konoha. It's just that before Ophis arrived on Earth, when Naruto was 3, Konoha was attacked by unknown creatures that ordinary shinobi could not defeat. Then the Hokage and his wife and many other people showed their strength, even the fallen revealed themselves and ultimately saved Konoha. Since then Konoha grateful to demons and fallen angels. They hate Naruto because the Kyubi, which is supposedly sealed in it, took many lives and the residents take out their revenge and anger on little Naruto, although these beatings stopped when a group of shinobi wanted to beat him again, but were eventually killed by hanging on the wall with the inscription, "You have mocked me for too long, now it's my turn, may Ouroboros be with me." No one realized that this was the work of Naruto and his sister. A month before entering the academy, Naruto came to the Hokage. Minato didn't even recognize him at first, but when Naruto said his name, Minato immediately realized who it was. Naruto said that he wanted to take the surname Ouroboros. When Minato heard this he shuddered. He asked Naruto if he knew what kind of surname it was. Naruto said that he read it in a book and liked it and decided to take it as a surname. Minato allowed him to take such a surname and reminded him that Naruto was going to the academy in a month. Now Naruto looks like a 12-year-old teenager, 153 centimeters tall, wears black pants, a gray shirt that he doesn't button, underneath a mesh t-shirt that ventilates well after training, the same ashen hair, broad shoulders. He also wears a bracelet in the shape of a snake on his right hand. Present time. Now Naruto was hovering over the academy and looking towards the courtyard that was gradually filling with young families with their children. Naruto hovered above the academy at a sufficient distance from the ground so that any demons or fallen would not feel his aura or the aura of Albion, although not every demon of the highest rank could feel such an ability to hide his aura like Naruto. Thanks to the dragon's vision and hearing, he can see and hear over vast distances. This is a place where future killers are trained, and these children think that shinobi are so good that they never kill, they are so naive. Naruto grinned. They think that they will become strong shinobi, but the first thing they will do is become cannon fodder. Albion finished his thought. I certainly see a couple of interesting candidates, but the rest are just human shields for Konoha. And who could interest you? That guy over there that girls stick to, although it's clear from him that he doesn't like it, are also the children of the Hokage. They inherited the power of the Phoenix and Gremory, so they have every chance that they will become strong. But to me they are nothing. Even if they reach the peak of their power, I will grind them into powder. I didn't think I'd see him here. Who are you talking about? Below is the bearer of the Valiant Dragon, my sworn enemy. Interesting, does that mean I'll have to fight him? In the future, yes, but right now he and his wife are apparently escorting their daughter to the academy. The daughter of the carrier Drake and the Scarlet Princess of Perdition. I wonder how strong she is. Who knows, check it out at the academy. Okay, it's time to go down, it will start soon. Naruto, using a teleportation circle, moved behind a tree in the academy's courtyard, and while he was not visible, he climbed the tree and lay down on a branch. Thank God no one noticed him. He began to study his possible classmates. Among all the children, there were several demons and even fallen ones, which is not surprising, because a peace treaty was signed between demons, angels, and the fallen, so it is not surprising that not only shinobi are present in the academy, but also demons and fallen ones, but there were no dragons in the academy, because they are not participate in the peace treaty, which means the academy is enemy territory for them. Naruto didn't care about this, since it is almost impossible to determine that Naruto is a dragon. Only if Naruto completely reveals his aura can you understand that he is a dragon, but since he hides it, he has nothing to worry about. The only thing he will have to use is the power of office to enter the academy, so how when entering they use a magic crystal that is capable of measuring magic. The higher class you get. And since Naruto only has the power of Ophis and Albion, using Albion is not an option since you will have to call on Longinus and then the Valiant bearer will guess that Naruto is the bearer of Albion, so only Ophis remains. Not many people know her, and even if you use only a small grain just to fix the crystal a surge of magic then everything will be fine. Naruto felt that they were looking at him. He turned his head in the direction of his gaze and saw the brunette to whom the girls were sticking, who was looking at him. Neither the aura of a demon nor a fallen one was felt in him, which means that he was an ordinary shinobi. Naruto looked at him and realized that he was clearly looking for help from the annoying girls. Naruto grinned and jumped off the tree and walked over to the brunette and a bunch of girls. "Shall we leave?" Naruto asked, turning to the brunette. The brunette just nodded and walked through the crowd and followed Naruto. They moved away. "Thanks for your help." The brunette was finally able to exhale. "Please, you haven't entered the academy yet, but you've already become an idol." Naruto grinned. "I didn't want this, it's just that now apparently it's fashionable to fall in love with the princes of the clan. So you are the prince of the clan, it's clear why they fell for you so much." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, Sasuke Uchiha, the youngest son of the head of the Uchiha clan." Sasuke extended his hand. Naruto Ouroboros shook Naruto's hand. "Ouroboros? I haven't heard anything like it. I am an orphan, and I took my last name from a book." "I see, so let's be friends." "We will, otherwise who will save you from your fans?" Suddenly everyone heard Phoenix scream. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The fourth Hokage, Minato Phoenix, stood on the balcony of the academy and began his ballad about the will of fire, etc. This speech lasted for half an hour. And a man with a scar on his nose came out of the academy. "Greetings everyone, I am Irika Yumino. To determine which class you will fall into, I ask you to touch this crystal and pour chakra or mana into it. Blue D class, blue C class, yellow B rank, red A rank, black S rank." So according to the list, Irika said and began to pluck students from the list. Most often there were students with colors between blue and red, and not yet one black. "Menma Phoenix," Irika called. Menma walked up to the crystal and put his hand on it. A circle of the Phoenix family formed inside the crystal, and the crystal glowed black. "Excellent, first student of S class, Akemi Gremory." Akemi went to the crystal and did the same manipulations and it was also black. "Incredible," then Sakura Haruna. Sakura exhaled. Everyone thought that she would be in class C at most, but when he touched the crystal it glowed black. S class, then Mira Grigori. Naruto was surprised how a clanless girl was able to get into S class. "Is Longinus in it?" Albion said. "Longinus?" "Yeah, the shadow healer, although it's strange because Rias Gremory's elephant has him." Perhaps after the death of the Bible, copies of the great Longinus began to appear, and so a copy of the Twilight Healer appeared. "Quite likely, okay, I'll continue to sleep." Naruto Tsuked, this white lizard is constantly sleeping. Meanwhile, Mira Grigori, as Naruto understood had fallen, touched the crystal and it showed a black color. Next there were a couple of blue and red ones. Sasuke Uchiha. Come on, show Sasuke your class. Naruto grinned. And don't doubt it. Sasuke walked up to the crystal and poured chakra into it, and it glowed black and became covered with small cracks. The best result, S-class, then Laura Gremory. Laura came forward and poured mana into the crystal, and it first turned red then black. Interesting, S-class. Next, all of Menma and Akemi's friends ended up in S-class, mainly due to the strength of their clans. The last Naruto Ouroboros. Well, finally. Naruto stretched, he was already tired of lying under the tree. Show what you are capable of, said Sasuke. Watch and learn. Naruto approached the crystal to the resident's compensation. Will the fox study with my child? This is outrageous, I hope he gets into C-class, etc. Kushina and her sister recognized Naruto as Kushina's son. Kushina thought that he would get into C-class, and Rias just watched. Naruto had already approached the crystal and put his hand on it, and the Ouroboros symbol appeared in it, but only for a second. The crystal was not just covered in black light, but also began to emit a black aura and became covered in cracks, then trembled and exploded. The office above the academy watched this and smiled at the result. On the ground they were still in shock. The best result, this power is amazing, S-class. Naruto was still looking at the place where the crystal was and thought, devil, I used the minimum of my power, this is not even 1%, this is 0.5% of my power, I hope the drag carrier won't notice anything. Naruto approached Sasuke, who was already standing with all his future classmates. Everyone looked at him with shock and some fear. Why are you looking at me like that? Naruto asked. Who are you? Asked Sasuke. Naruto Ouroboros. Yes, I understood, what kind of power? I can't tell you yet, maybe I'll show you in the first practice, but not yet. Naruto passed first, and the others followed him. When everyone came in, everyone sat down. The girls were all arguing about who would sit with Sasuke, but Naruto got tired of it and he just sat down next to him, pushing through the crowd. The girls began to be indignant, but as soon as Naruto released a drop of his Ki, everyone went back to their places. 10 minutes later, a tall brunette, somewhat similar to Sasuke, entered the class. His hair was tied in a ponytail, black eyes like emptiness, but at the same time a smile from ear to ear. I welcome all of you to Konoha Academy in S-class. You are lucky that so many of you have passed through. Usually there are at most 5 people in this class. I am your homeroom teacher Uchiha Itachi. I love my family and Dango. I don't like traitors and hypocrites. The dream is to make you worthy shinobi. The goal is the same, it's a hobby to train. Further down the list. The genius of the Uchiha clan said to Itachi. The first will be Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke came out and stood next to his brother. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, I love family and training. I don't like when people tell me, I have no dream, the goal is to surpass my brother. Said Sasuke. Good luck, brother, then Mira Grigori. A girl with long black hair with bangs the color of the sun stood in front of the class. I am Mira Grigori, I love my uncle and collecting Longinus. I don't like anyone like that, the dream of becoming the strongest fallen angel. The goal of finding the vanishing dragon. Mira introduced herself. The vanishing dragon, one of the 2 heavenly dragons, why do you need it? Itachi asked. I'm wondering who became its carrier after the death of my friend. Okay, I can only wish you good luck. Next is Kiba Inuzuka. A guy with a white puppy on his head came out in front of the class. I am Inuzuka Kiba, I love my dog Akamaru and one girl. I don't like the fox of Konoha. My dream is to become Hokage, my goal is to become stronger. What did the fox of Konoha do to you that you hate him? Itachi asked. Everyone doesn't like him, so he did something. Next Haruno Sakura. A girl with pink hair came out, containing the shadow healer. I am Haruno Sakura, I love Sasuke-kun and Konoha. I don't like this, the dream is to surpass Tsunade Senju, the dream is the same. If you awaken the shadow healer, surpassing the great physician will not be difficult. Naruto said quietly so as not to be heard. Next is Ino Yamanaka. A blonde girl stood in front of the class. My name is Ino Yamanaka, I love Sasuke-kun and flowers, I don't like when they don't listen to me, my dream is to open my own flower shop, there is no goal. I wish you good luck. Next, Shikamaru Nara. A guy with a pineapple hairstyle stood up in front of the class with a lazy gait. I am Shikamaru Nara, I love to sleep, I don't like being disturbed in my sleep, my dream is to become a cloud. Heh, just like your dad, then Choji Akimichi. My name is Choji Akimichi, I like to eat heartily, I don't like when food runs out, my dream is to try all the food in the world, the goal is the same. Okay, next is Laura Gremory. A girl with hair the color of blood came out in front. I am Laura Gremory, I love my family and one boy, I don't like it when my mother doesn't train me, my dream is to try on 2 heavenly dragons, my goal is to become just like my uncle. Try on 2 heavenly ones? How will you do this? I don't know yet, first we need to find the vanishing one. Okay, Akemi Gremory. The Hokage's daughter came out, red hair to the waist, a copy of her mother. My name is Akemi Gremory, I love my family, I don't like it, there is no such thing, the dream is to become stronger, goal to surpass your mother. Good goal, Menma Phoenix. The second idol of the academy after Sasuke, a blonde with the features of his father, stood in front of the class. I am Menma Phoenix, I love my family and training, I don't like when my father is always at work, my dream is to become the strongest phoenix, my goal is to defeat the Infinity Dragon. At his words, Naruto almost laughed, but was able to restrain himself. Defeating one of the strongest dragons is an interesting goal, aren't you afraid? Itachi asked. No, he's only strong in words, but hardly in deeds. Menma said. Naruto almost laughed again. Okay, Hinata Hyuga. A girl with dark hair and eyes without pupils stood in front of the class. My name is Hinata Hyuga, I love my clan and one boy, look at Naruto dash, I don't like the side branch of the clan, the dream is to become strong, the goal is to remove the side branch. A very good goal, and the last Naru Ouroboros. Now it was the Ashen One's turn, he stood up and went to the board. My name is Naruto Ouroboros, I love my elder sister and dragons, I don't like when someone thinks a lot about themselves, the dream will not be interesting to you, the goal is to kill one creature. Your last name, is it somehow connected with the Infinity Dragon? Itachi asked. I read about it in a book, and since I didn't have a surname, I wanted to take one. Naruto explained. Yeah, but in fact, I'm just the second Infinity Dragon, haha. Albion inserted his comment in Naruto's head. Okay, that's all for today, tomorrow at 9 a.m., we will start your training, you can be free. Itachi said and disappeared into the Shunshin. Naruto and the class also went out where their parents were already waiting for them, everyone except Naruto. No, Naruto is not offended that Ophis didn't meet him, he knows that it's better for her not to show herself. What are you thinking about? Sasuke asked as he just approached. Yes, I think so, what it's like to have a family. Naruto said looking at the sky. Don't you have it? No, I didn't know my parents, I lived alone until I was 4 years old, and only then my older sister found me, but she is not my own, she saved me from the inhabitants of this rotten village. So your parents abandoned you? Naruto nodded. Sorry, okay, I have to go, see you tomorrow. Yeah. Naruto walked further and saw the Hokage and Laura's family. Naruto had long known that his biological parents were the Hokage and his wife, Albion told him at one training session, but on one condition that Naruto would not take the path of revenge. In the end Naruto cried for a day, but realized that he had Ophis and Albion that always support, so he began to train even harder to show who they threw out and made a scapegoat. Naruto looked at them with a cold gaze and tried to pass by. But Menma saw him. Naruto? So? Menma said. Naruto stopped and looked at him. Yes, what do you need? Said Naruto. I saw your result for admission, maybe we can practice. Naruto was surprised by this. I'm not like you, my training is more intense, but if you can wear a ton of weights, then we can talk, but otherwise I don't think that even the Hokage can withstand my training. Naruto said. How did you achieve such power? Asked Issei, who was standing nearby. I'm just tired of the constant beatings from this rotten village, and I had to grow up earlier. While Menma was playing with toys, I was pushing myself at the training grounds. You said that you love your older sister, didn't she protect you? Akemi asked. She came only when I was 4, that's when my training began. Believe me, her trainer is better than many sensei in Konoha. Will you introduce me? Asked Minato. Why do you need this? There aren't enough of your own people, so know that the Cetra is stronger than you and Satan, so I don't think you can tell her. Okay, it's time for me to go to training. Naruto said and disappeared into the teleportation circle. Who is he? And the pattern on the circle is very familiar. The adults asked themselves. Naruto teleported home where Ophis was already waiting. Hello Naruto, how was your first day at the academy? Asked Ophis. There's nothing interesting, they won't teach me anything there. Naruto said as he sat down at the table. Clearly, I'm surprised that Drake didn't burn you, that you are a dragon and the bearer of Albion. Me too, although this is understandable, I hide my aura so that even the best censor will not understand that I am a dragon. Yes, even I find it difficult to feel your aura. There is even a fallen one in my class, judging by her aura, she is somehow connected with Azazel, the leader of Grigori. This proves her interest in Longinus, and she is also looking for the vanishing dragon. She says that she wants to know who the carrier is after her friend. Do you know the previous carrier? Yes, Vala Lucifer, a descendant of the whipped Lucifer. He was the strongest carrier of Albion, but died in a battle with the Great Red. He was familiar with Azazel, and apparently with his niece. Then it's clear why she so wants to find the vanishing one, but she doesn't have long to look for him. Ophis looked at him with a question. I want to reveal that I possess the divine separator. So tired of being constrained? This too, but first of all for passing the genin exam, because I cannot show your strength, but if I reveal that I am the vanishing dragon, then I will end up in a lot of trouble. And you will find new ones. If the Hokage family finds out that you are the bearer of Albion, they will try to return you. I don't care, if they try to do something, I will personally destroy them. Now they are beyond your strength. Right now, yes, but I still have 5 years before the genin exam. I think during this time I will fully master your power. I think so. Okay, let's go to bed, otherwise we'll keep you going to the academy until the evening. And in truth, while they were sitting talking, night fell. Ophis immediately went to bed, and Naruto had something else to do. He left the house, spread the wings of Albion and took off and flew to the land of waves. What are you up to, partner? Asked Albion. I'm just tired of living in that decrepit apartment. If I kill one rich man who is terrorizing the country of waves and take half of his fortune and hand over his body to an exchange point, and the rest of the money I'll give it to the residents and they can get back on their feet. Naruto explained. Do you want to kill Gato? Yes, he has been interfering with the country of fire for too long. If I kill him, I will rid the world of one infection. It won't be difficult for you to kill him, but be careful. Okay, we are close. Balance breaker, scaled armor of divine separation. Naruto appeared in armor, like Valia in Kanon, only one side is white, the other dark purple, and flew to the land of waves at supersonic speed. He flew for a minute, the next minute he was hovering over a huge palace. This bastard got so rich thanks to the fact that he robs poor people, taking their last money, but enough is enough. Naruto raised his hand and the Ouroboros symbol appeared in it. A second later there was a barrier above the palace so that no one would escape. And the bloodbath began. The robber Gato died without even having time to understand who killed them. All the walls were covered in blood, some had no heads, some had their bellies ripped open and their intestines fell out, some simply had a huge hole in their chest. The white side of Naruto's armor turned red, with only small areas showing the true color of the armor. Here is another bandit trying to do something, but Naruto takes him by the throat and throws him at the door to Gato's office, thereby breaking it down. Gato is in complete shock and fright, shaking with fear. What do you need? D. Money, V. Power, I will give everything, just don't kill. Gato whined, but Naruto picked him up by the neck and pressed him against the wall. You have tormented the inhabitants of Waves for too long, it's time to pay in blood, remember my name, because the last thing you will hear is Naruto Ouroboros. Naruto said in a voice that was not his own and killed Gato by breaking his neck. Next, he hung him without a head on the wall and wrote with his blood. Let Ouroboros arrive and left his symbol. Then he found his cache with a bunch of gold, money, and other valuables. He put the first half in his spatial pocket and the other half in the other. After making sure that he had taken everything valuable, he went to the central square of the country of Waves. There was no one there since it was deep in the night. He printed out half of everything that he took from Gato and left a note that Gato was no longer there. Next, he took off his armor and went to the exchange point. When he arrived there he handed over Gato's head and gold and jewelry. In total, he got 100 million ryo. He opened his wings again and flew back to Konoha. He arrived a couple of minutes later and was already in the apartment. When he entered he looked into the room where Ophis was sleeping. He exhaled, quickly went into the shower and lay down next to her and hugged her. Naruto woke up in the morning. Ophis was still sleeping. Naruto decided not to wake her. He got up, washed his face and went to the kitchen, where he made himself breakfast and quickly ate it. Leaving Ophis with cookies and tea because she loves him very much, and left a note that he had gone to the academy. He used a teleportation circle and found himself in an academy classroom. Almost everyone had already arrived, only the teacher himself was missing. Naruto again saw that the girls were clinging to the Uchiha and trying to take a place next to him. Naruto sighed and walked through the crowd and sat down next to Sasuke. He extended his hand and Naruto shook it. Here Naruto. Leave your seat, I have to sit next to Sasuke-kun. Sakura shouted. Why is this? Naruto asked calmly, the reason that you got into S-class is the power that sleeps inside you. And if you don't develop, you will never awaken it. Sakura thought and went to another desk. What power were you talking about? Sasuke asked. It contains Longinus, the shadow healer, but he is sleeping now and without proper training he will not wake up. How strong is he? Well, with proper training he can heal any ailment. Itachi entered the classroom. Again, I greet you, the first 2 years will be theory, the next 3 will be practice, after the final exam, and now let's start the lesson. Itachi said. The next 5 hours were boring and tedious lessons. Naruto mostly slept, only when asked he answered. After all the lessons, Naruto and Sasuke went to the training ground. Sasuke, how can you react so calmly to a crowd of your fans, would tell you to leave and that's it? Naruto said. I don't know, I feel sorry for them, and even one of them doesn't breathe evenly towards you. Said Sasuke. Who are you talking about? Mira Grigori didn't notice the way she looked at you? I didn't notice, and somehow I don't care. Sasuke looked back sharply, but saw nothing. We are being watched. Sasuke said. I noticed it too, let's go to the training ground. Naruto said. Naruto and Sasuke came to the training ground. Okay, let's warm up and do taijutsu. Naruto said. Sasuke nodded. Naruto took off his shirt and hung it on a tree branch. Thanks to his mesh t-shirt, his entire toned body was clearly visible. Naruto and Sasuke began to warm up. Half an hour later the warm-up ended and they began practicing taijutsu. The observers in the bushes were girls from Naruto and Sasuke's class. Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Laura, Mira. Sakura, Ino and Laura admired Sasuke, but also blushed at Naruto's body. Hinata and Mira sighed at Naruto, his strength, his body, his mind, everything about him fascinated these two. But they didn't know that they were also being watched. In the sky, in the air, Ophis sat and watched the two guys watching. She felt their emotions. She was more wary of the emotions of Mira and Hinata. They were both in love with Naruto. Ophis did not understand what this feeling was, but she did not want to give it to Naruto. And she will kill anyone who comes near him. 2 hours later, Naruto and Sasuke finished their training and went their separate ways, Sasuke going home, and Naruto going to the Hokage to buy a house. He arrived in 10 minutes and entered the residence. He knocked on the office door and heard permission to enter. Entering the office, he saw the Hokage sorting out papers. "Hello, Hokage-sama, I would like to buy a house," Naruto said. "But I don't have any cheap houses left, only from 500,000 ryo," said the Hokage. "Show me." Minato handed over a folder with houses. Naruto looked at the houses and he found a 2-story house with an attic, a basement, and a large training ground. "Cost 1 million ryo. I'll take this one," Naruto said and handed over the folder. "Are you sure that you have enough money? It costs 1 million ryo. "Enough." Naruto took out the required amount from his spatial pocket and gave it to Minato. The fourth counted the money and wondered where the 8-year-old boy got the money for one of the best houses in Konoha. Minato took out the documents for the house and the key. Naruto signed and took the documents and keys. When he wanted to leave the office, an umbu appeared. "Hokage-sama, Gato from the Land of Waves was killed along with his robbers. This was discovered at the scene of the murder," said the umbu and handed over a photograph showing Gato nailed to the wall with a meringue head and the Ouroboros symbol with words, "Let Ouroboros arrive." "Was anything else found?" Minato asked. "No, Hokage-sama, our people examined the entire mansion, but no signs of the killer were found." "I see, Naruto, you can go." Naruto took the keys and left the Hokage residence. Naruto headed to his apartment to pick up Ophis and pack his things. Having reached the house, he saw Ophis sitting drinking tea with cookies. "Ophis, pack your things, we are moving to a new house," Naruto said from the doorway. "House? Where do you get the money for a new house?" Ophis asked. "Well, I caught the renegade and sold him to the black market and received quite a bit of money." Naruto lied. He couldn't say that he killed one of the richest people with a palace full of robbers. Ophis believed and went to pack her things for the move. They didn't have to pack much, so after half an hour they got ready and went to the new house. They arrived in 10 minutes and saw a 2-story mahogany house with a beautiful garden and a large training ground. Naruto and Ophis entered the house and began to look around. When they entered the house they saw a beautiful house made in Japanese style. Large kitchen, 5 rooms, each room has a bath and toilet. A large living room is decorated with paintings. There is a large red carpet on the floor that covers the entire room. Ophis was delighted with the house and immediately decided to install the necessary barriers to make the house safe. A barrier for training will be installed at the training ground, and a barrier useful for plants in the garden. Time skip 5 years. 5 years have passed since I entered the academy. A lot has happened in these 5 years. Naruto continued to catch Nukenin of different ranks and hand them over either to the black market or to the villages where they came from. In the book of Bingo, he stands first among the mercenaries. Instead of a photograph there was only a drawing from the description of the locals who managed to notice him, but the drawing was far from the truth. There was a reward of 100 billion ryo on his head. The training continued. In 5 years Naruto was able to grow to the level of Kage. the power of Ophis was mastered 100%. They became very close friends with Sasuke, but there was also a spirit of competition. Sasuke sought to overtake Naruto in strength. Sasuke awakened 2 Tomoe Sharingan. Nothing has changed in the Hokage family. Minato still holds the post of Kage of Konoha. Kushina is also a jounin. Menma and Akemi are students of the academy. Sometimes they manage to tag along with Naruto and Sasuke for training, only they ran out of steam without having done even half the set of training for the smartest children of the academy. Naruto began to catch up with Sasuke in the number of fans at the academy. It is unknown why, but the girls began to follow Naruto more than Sasuke. And now they share the title of Academy Idol and the title of Cold King of Academy. Sakura never awakened the Shadow Healer, and Naruto began to think about how to awaken it by force. He had another option to take it, but Albion said that Sakura would simply die. Then Naruto abandoned the idea of taking the healer and began to simply look for an option to awaken it manually. Naruto learned to create weapons simply by imagining them. The weapons he would create were incredibly durable and deadly. Naruto created a good katana and gave it to Sasuke for one of his birthdays. He himself used a spear. There will be a link at the end. Practice at the academy was ultra boring. Just throwing kunai, using techniques and spells. It's good that it was not Itachi who taught magic, but the queen of Rias Gremory, Himejima Akino. She was strong in magic, that's why she taught him. Kenjutsu was also taught by a member of the Rias family, Kiba Yuto, a horse. He was the best swordsman, but for Naruto he is empty place. At the very first lesson, Naruto created his spear and dealt a hail of blows. He dealt 50 blows in 10 seconds, as a result. After just 5 seconds, Rias Gremory's horse lay with a broken sword. Minato, seeing how strong his abandoned son had become, began to wonder if he and Kushina did the right thing by throwing him out. Yes, he does not have the power of Gremory or Phoenix, but the success he shows in the academy proves that Naruto does not need the power of these clans. He has its unknown to people. He also thought who this mysterious mercenary is. What comes first in the book of Bingo? He kills influential, but at the same time soulless people, those who once committed evil acts against the ordinary population. What can we say? He killed the third Mizukage Yagura Jinchuriki of the three-tailed and most cruel ruler in the history of the mist. Yagura was famous for the fact that he created the Genin exam where only one remains. The graduates must fight in a crowd against each other, and the one who remains alone becomes a Genin, which is why the Mist Village was nicknamed Blood Mist Village. But after an unknown mercenary killed Yagura in the Kage residence, a new Mizukage, Terumi Mei, was chosen, and from then on the fog began to rise to its feet. Naruto decided that at the final sparring he would reveal that he was the bearer of Albion. He was tired of not being able to fight at full strength, and if he agreed that it was too early to use the power of Ophis, people would panic when they found out that Konoha had 2 of the strongest dragons. Then this is the power. The disappearing dragon is quite possible. Present tense. Naruto and Sasuke are sitting in class and waiting for Itachi. Today is the final exam, and the one who passes the exam will become a genin of Konoha and receive a protector. But Naruto didn't really care. He thought that when everyone finds out that he is the vanishing dragon, he will have several problems. Firstly, the Hokage and his family. Minato as Hokage will primarily take care of the village and its army. Naruto, since he is the bearer of the Super Longinus Divine Separator, this can make the war easier if it suddenly starts. But here's the problem, Naruto treats the Hokage poorly, to put it mildly, and there is nothing keeping him in the village, and he can go to any other hidden village, and therefore, so that the combat unit in the form of Naruto does not leave, Minato will tell the whole truth. Well, the whole truth. He will most likely say something, but definitely not the whole truth. Secondly, Danzo and the elders, if everything is clear with the elders, will also try to take control. Then Danzo will want to take him to the root of the Umbu and make him a ruthless weapon. Although Naruto is not affected by any bookmarks, genjutsu, or seal of submission, and if Danzo tries to do something to Naruto, Ophis will destroy Konoha and the country of fire along with it. Thirdly, Mira and Laura, one is looking for the vanishing one to find out who the carrier is after Valia, the other is to measure Albion with Drake. if there are no problems with the first, then with the second, Laura will tell the carrier of Draig that the white dragon has appeared, and with it all know, and then Heaven and the Fallen, perhaps other factions will know it too. From his thoughts, Naruto brought Itachi out as he entered the classroom. Hello everyone, I am glad to welcome you all to the Genin exam. These 5 years have been the best of my life. I am more than sure that you will all pass this exam and enter the adult life of Konoha Shinobi. The exam will consist of 3 stages. The first is a written test, the second is your strongest technique or spells, and the last sparring. Sparring will take place against A class. The test will last 45 minutes. After that we will all go to the training ground where the heads of the clans, the Hokage and your parents will be. I'm sure that you will all pass this exam, but now I'm starting the time for 45 minutes, and let's start. Itachi told the essence of the exam while handing out answer sheets and assignments. After 45 minutes, Itachi took the tests and gave them to be checked, and he led the students to the testing ground. At the training ground there were the parents of the students, the Hokage and his wife, the heads of the clans, the elders and Danzo, and the most interesting thing was Azazel, the leader of Grigori. The students stood up and Itachi walked out in front of them. So, you have passed the first part of the exam, there are 2 left, then you will show your strongest technique or spells, the stronger, the higher your chance of passing the exam. We go through the list. Itachi said and began to call students. Mainly clan children showed clan techniques, Sakura showed a light water technique, Menma showed a rather large fireball, Laura and Akemi showed spheres of destruction, Mira created a large spear of light. Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi called. Sasuke stepped forward and made the seals and blew out a fire dragon. Excellent result, the last Naruto Ouroboros. Naruto stepped forward and began to think about what to show him. In the end, he decided that he would use the power of Ouroboros, but so that no one would notice. Perhaps only Azazel will guess something, but this is unlikely. Naruto extended his hand in front and the Ouroboros symbol appeared, but the observers did not notice this because Naruto had his back to them. He put the very minimum of his power into this spell, but in the end he created a huge dark purple ball that was more than 10 meters in diameter. Wow! Naruto-kun, this is incredible, top marks. Itachi said with a smile from ear to ear, because this is his student. Thank you, Itachi-sensei. Naruto smiled. Then A-class came and sparring began. The S-class clans won without problems. Sakura got the weakest A-class student, so she easily won. Mira won thanks to hard training. Sasuke also won quite easily. After all, training with Naruto makes itself felt. Fugaku was proud of his youngest son. Menma and Akemi also won easily. Laura was able to imprison her opponent in a sphere of destruction where there was no air. As a result, the opponent passed out, but survived. All the parents were proud of their children. And now there were 2 left, Naruto Ouroboros and Hyuga Neji. So, this is the final battle, Naruto Ouroboros vs Neji Hyuga. Itachi announced. Naruto and Neji went to the center of the training ground. Everyone watched with anticipation that the Konoha fox would be beaten and he would not become a shinobi. Get ready, Ouroboros, to lose. You are not worthy of this surname. Neji said. Oh, so you know who bore this surname, then I probably won't hold back, because I know that you are the best student in your class, plus you are a Hyuga, which means you specialize in close combat. Naruto said and white and purple lightning began to cover him. No matter how strong you are, your fate is to lose here and now. Neji said, activating the Byakugan. Sorry, but I don't believe in fate, I do everything myself. Naruto said. There were more lightning bolts. And now meet the great and unique, Vanishing Dragon, Albion Geiber, Balance Breaker, Scaled Armor of Divine Separation. He said and jumped up. A second later he had his armor on, and behind him were 2 wings, one bright blue, the other dark purple. Naruto hovered in a pathetic stance, his arms crossed on his chest, his legs also crossed. I think everyone knows how Valley hovered in the canon. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw. The great white dragon was so close. Mira also couldn't believe that the one she liked was the goal of her search. Only those who knew that Valia had a different color noticed the strange color were Azazel, Issei, Draig, and Mira. Ophis, who was sitting above the academy and watching, could not help but smile at the reaction of Konoha's top brass and the leader of Grigori. "Well, Niji, do you still want to fight? In this armor, it would be difficult for even the Bible to defeat me, and even more so for you." Naruto grinned. "I won't give up, no matter that you are the vanishing dragon." Niji screamed. "And you really are fearless, but also incredibly stupid. In this armor I can defeat any shinobi of Konoha, including the Hokage, but you want to try to defeat me, I'm surprised. Well then show me what he is capable of." Naruto landed and just stood there. Niji rushed into the attack with the Byakugan turned on, and although using a soft fist, he hit over and over again, but the armor absorbed everything. Naruto became bored and he disappeared and ended up behind Niji, hitting him in the back, and he flew away. Naruto was next to him again and took him by the neck. "I told you that you can't defeat me, you couldn't even scratch me, you must become stronger." Naruto said and let go of Niji. He fell like a sack to the ground and passed out. Winner Naruto Ouroboros. Itachi shouted. "Long time no see, Albion." Draig's voice was heard. Naruto turned around and saw that Issei had a glove with a crystal. "It's been a really long time, Draig." Albion answered him. "I didn't think that I would see you here. Especially as a boy of 13 years old, and even with a completed balance breaker. You know, Draig, I didn't want to admit it, but Naruto is much stronger than Valley, and you still remained in your carrier. It's a pity that we won't fight yet. This won't last long, since you say that he is stronger than Valley, it means that he will soon reach Issei's level." Draig said. "Yes, I think you're right." Albion grinned. Naruto dispelled the armor and left only the wings. Mira ran up to him and grabbed him by the collar. "You are the white dragon, and you didn't tell anyone?" Mira shouted. "But I should, don't you think it's a little rude to hold me by the collar?" Naruto said calmly. "And why should I tell you, we're just acquaintances." Mira released Naruto. "I need to find out something from Albion," said Mira. "What do you want, Mira?" Naruto's wings began to glow. "What happened to Valley, and how did he die?" Valley died during a battle with Great Red in a spatial rift. The battle was long, and Valley used all his strength, but Red was stronger and defeated him. Tears began to flow from Mira. "Thank you." That's all she said and went to class. Naruto removed his wings and walked towards the exit. "Naruto, tomorrow the distribution is at 9 o'clock, don't be late." Itachi shouted after him. Naruto nodded and left the training ground. Naruto came home and was met by Ophis with a delicious lunch. "Hello Naruto, congratulations on graduating from the academy." Ophis smiled. "I understand that you have seen sparring?" asked Naruto. "Yes, and for a long time I will not forget the expressions on the faces of the main shots of Konoha and Azazel." Ophis giggled. Naruto laughed and sat down at the table and began to eat Ophis's food. Konoha Council Hall, after the exam. The initiator of the meeting was the head of the Umbu root. Everyone guessed why. It had to do with Naruto. Everyone has gathered and is waiting for the Hokage, who appeared along with Rias Gremory. "Hokage-sama, this is a council hall, not a camp yard." The head of the root expressed his indignation. Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan, since Surzek-sama the head of the clan cannot come, he will be replaced by his sister and direct heir," said Minato. Minato and Rias sat down. "So, since Danzo is the initiator of the meeting, we give you the floor," said Minato. "As you all know, at the Genin exam, the Emperor of the White Dragons announced himself. he turned out to be Naruto Ouroboros. I propose to subjugate him with the help of bookmarks so that he does not escape from the village," said Danzo. "It won't work," Rias said. "Why?" "The Yamanaka clan's bookmarks are the best in Konoha." Inoichi was surprised. "The fact is that the carriers of superlongins such as the Divine Separator are not affected by bookmarks, nor are the genjutsu of the Sharingan, or the seal of subjugation of the Umbu root. You will simply waste your time and strength, and perhaps you will find Konoha to die, because dragons are avengers by nature, especially since Naruto has long had a grudge against the village. The only ones he treats well are the Uchiha clan, because this is the only clan in Konoha that did not want his death and always defended if possible. Other clans, on the contrary, either did nothing or themselves took part in the beating, so the only thing that keeps Naruto from destroying Konoha is the Uchiha clan," said Satan's sister. "I don't believe that people of my clan could beat a child," Hayashi expressed. "But I believe that when he once again ended up in the Uchiha clan hospital, because he was not accepted into the usual one, our people noticed that all the important vital points on his body were broken off. I don't think that ordinary civilians without your Byakugan could do this, and dog bites were also found on it, not ordinary mongrels, but Inuzuka dogs, since there were traces of chakra on the bites. There was no damage in getting into the boy's head. We discovered this purely by chance. But it was clear that he was an experienced shinobi of the Yamanaka clan. Nothing was found about the Nara and Akimichi clans. But the most interesting thing was that traces of the Umbu root Tonto were discovered. Danzo-sama, you gave your Umbu not ordinary Tontos, but unusual ones. They conduct chakra better than ordinary Umbu Tontos, and only your operatives had these." Fugaku expressed everything. He was silent for a long time about these incidents with Naruto. All the heads of the clans except Nara and Akimichi shuddered when they heard the irrefutable facts of the veins of their clans. The leader of the root was also sitting on pins and needles, but kept composure on his face. "So we'll deal with this later. All the guilty clans will still receive their punishment, and the Umbu root too. Now we need to think about what to do with Naruto." Minato stopped everyone. "Minato, you must tell him the truth, because you are to blame for his difficult life," Rias said. "I know. Okay, I'll tell him the truth and return him to the family, then he will become attached to Konoha and will be devoted to it. The meeting is over," Minato said, and he and Rias disappeared and appeared in the Hokage's office. Minato sat down at the table. "Rias, bring everyone here, chat," said Minato. Umbu in a cat mask appeared in front of the Hokage. "Bring Naruto Ouroboros to me," ordered the fourth. The Umbu nodded and disappeared. Rias also disappeared. Naruto and Ophis were sitting there talking and drinking tea, when suddenly there was a knock on the barrier. Naruto stood up and went to see who was there. It turned out to be an Umbu. Naruto walked out of the house grounds and stood in front of the Umbu. "Heikage-sama is calling you," said the cat. "Okay, I'll be there soon," Naruto said. The Umbu nodded and disappeared. Naruto entered the house again. "As we expected, the Hokage calls me. Probably now he will justify why he abandoned me and why he made me a false Jinchuriki," Naruto said with irritation. "This was expected. They want to tie you to the village, and the best option to do this is to tell you the truth and return you to your family," Ophis said. "Okay, I'll come soon. I don't think I'll be there for long." "Don't kill them there." Naruto left the house and headed towards the Hokage residence. While he was walking, everyone looked at him, only these were different looks. The rumor spread quite quickly and they began to look at Naruto with some interest rather than fear. This did not surprise Naruto. Dragons, and especially the two celestial ones, always aroused admiration. Having reached the residence, he entered it and went up to the office of the head of the village. He clearly heard the voices of the Hokage family and the native Valian in it. He knocked and heard permission to enter. Going inside, as expected, he saw Kushina with Menma and Akemi, Issei and Rias with Laura. "Did you call Hokage-sama?" asked Naruto. "Yes, Naruto, first of all, you forgot your protector," Minato said and threw him the Konoha headband. Naruto caught it and put it in his pocket. "Secondly, I would like to tell the truth, Menma, Akemi, you have a brother, this is Naruto." Menma and Akemi were shocked by these words. They didn't know that they had a brother, because Naruto didn't look a bit like them, except for some facial features and Minato. Naruto wasn't surprised at all. 13 years ago, Kyuubi attacked the village and the third Hokage had to seal it in you. At the council they decided that it was better to say that Naruto was the Jinchuriki, so that if you lose control, then your mother and I could stop. I tried to protest, but the advice was unshakable and I had to agree, provided that when Naruto becomes a genin, he will find out the whole truth. Told a partly true story. The children stood in shock. They made their brother a scapegoat, and simply threw him out to the care of fate and torn to pieces by the inhabitants of Konoha. "Is that all?" Naruto asked without emotion. "Didn't this surprise you?" Minato asked. "No, I found out the truth at the age of 5 when Albion told me everything, only you forgot to add that you and Kushina-san did not feel the power of Gremory or Phoenix in me, you were afraid for the reputation of your clans and yourself in including. That's why they sent me to the shelter, and I know why you told me this. I am the bearer of Albion, one of the 2 heavenly dragons that were on par with the biblical one. You Minato wanted to strengthen my attachment to Konoha, and you thought that if I will find out the truth, although not completely, I will return to those who threw me out onto the street. You are even more stupid than I thought. Remember, I'm a dragon, I feel emotions and lies a kilometer away. I don't feel lies here only from Issei-san and his family, and Menma and Akemi, and from you Minato and Kushina just smell like lies. If a lie had a smell, it would have spread throughout Konoha. I have a family, this is my older sister and Albiona. They saved me when I was dying, and where were you? Hokage is supposed to take care of every resident of the village, but no, you gave me a decrepit apartment on the outskirts and an allowance on which it was possible to survive for a maximum of a week. They beat me, tried to kill me every single day, they inflated my prices 3 times so I ate instant noodles, while Menma and Akemi were bathing in luxury. I'm surprised that they didn't become arrogant upstarts, but adequate people. I still don't understand how my grandmother, Zyodicus, and Vinelon Gremory didn't find out about this. I'm afraid to imagine that they did to you. You know, I don't hold grudges or hatred. Maybe I would kill you right now, but I don't want to upset my sister, not because I forgave you, it's only because of my sister that I won't kill you right now. Forgiveness must be earned, but until you get rid of your lies that you tried to tell me here, you are scum. I would like to talk to Issei-san later, but that's for later, but for now I'll leave you." Naruto finished his monologue and disappeared into the teleportation circle. He expressed everything that had accumulated over many years of knowing the truth. He took out all the anger. Issei was surprised how he did not activate Juggernaut Drive because of such emotions. Minato sat and thought that everything that the Umbu told him that he was being followed was a lie. He thought that everything was fine, and Naruto was living an ordinary life, but no, Naruto lived worse than anyone else. The children felt angry at their parents. Menma just almost flew into a rage and destroyed the entire Kage office. Akemi was no better, she was ready to kill her parents for their dirty deed. Issei and Rias felt depressed. They could not help their nephew, either they were afraid of something, or something else. They themselves did not know why they did not take him to themselves when there was such an opportunity. Kushina sat and cried. She didn't know how much pain Naruto had to go through alone. She just wanted to forget about him, that he even existed. Only after Naruto's words did she really understand what she had done. Naruto teleported home and immediately went to his room and lay down on the bed. And he began to cry. For the first time in 9 years he shed tears again. He could talk to his parents, but he simply could not forgive them for all the suffering that he had gone through. Ophis came into the room and saw Naruto in this state. She almost broke down and didn't go personally to Phoenix and kill him, but Naruto just pulled Ophis towards him and hugged him. Ophis also hugged him and said that she would never leave him. Naruto, I promise that I will never leave you. To this emptiness, I found what is truly dear to me. It is you, Naruto. I love you not as a brother, but as more. I love you very much. Ophis said. She only recently realized how much she loves him, not as a brother, but as a guy, as someone with whom she wants to spend her whole life. He was for her the one who could show all the joys of life. Thanks to him, she realized that the emptiness that she loved so much was nothing compared to the one she fell in love with during these 9 years with him. Naruto didn't answer, but simply pulled her towards him and kissed her tenderly. He himself loved her for a long time, not as a sister, but also like Ophis, he loved her as someone with whom he wants to spend his whole life. Only with her and no one else. Ophis kissed back and wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed herself even closer to him. They kissed for 10 minutes until the vital oxygen ran out. They just lay down in an embrace and simply enjoyed the silence in the dark room. Ophis lay on his chest and held his hand tightly, as if afraid of losing the happiness she had found. Naruto also hugged her tightly, also afraid of losing her. So they fell asleep in a sweet dream in an embrace. Next there will be difficult trials of the 2 dragons of infinity, but they will overcome them together. Even if the whole world stands against them, they will always be together and will not let each other go anywhere. It's early morning in Konoha, and the sun is already quite high. Shinobi are jumping on the roofs towards the residence to deliver mission reports. Merchants are opening their shops and preparing goods for sale. Children are going to the academy to be assigned to teams. At this time, the sun made its way through the window to the young infinity dragon and began to softly tickle his face with its hot rays. Naruto winced and opened his eyes with great reluctance. He already wanted to get up, but the weight lying on his chest did not allow him. He tilted his head and saw the second infinity dragon and also his beloved Ophis. Naruto smiled and stroked the soft top of her head, his actions making her press closer to his chest. Naruto began to wake her up. She winced, but still opened her eyes. "Good morning, Ophis," Naruto said with a soft smile. "Good morning, Naru," Ophis said and kissed Naruto on the lips. They got up and went to the bathroom. After brushing their teeth, they went into the kitchen and Ophis began to prepare breakfast. After 10 minutes, Ophis finished cooking and placed delicious-smelling bacon and eggs in front of Naruto. Naruto thanked her and began to eat. 5 minutes later, he finished his meal and kissed Ophis on the cheek. He left the house for the academy. The views on the young dragon have not changed, only if before he was hated because of the Kyuubi, which does not even exist. Now he is hated because he is the bearer of the great Longinus, mainly played by wild envy or fear of such a powerful creature. This is not surprising. 2 heavenly dragons could compare with the biblical one, but even they are far from Ophis or Great Red. And Naruto has the strength of both Albion and Ophis. A few more years of training and for Naruto the long dead biblical god will seem like a bug, and Great Red will be a lizard for him. Naruto reached the academy and went inside. When he reached his class he heard a rumble that was there. He opened the door and went into the class. Itachi was not there yet, but the whole class had already gathered. They immediately glanced at Naruto, but Naruto did not pay attention to this and sat down next to Sasuke, to whom the girls were again climbing. "So you are the carrier of the Super Longinus?" The young Uchiha began the conversation. "Yes," Naruto answered briefly. "Why didn't you tell me?" "There was no point, and even if I had told earlier, I could have had problems with the Hokage. I awakened my Longinus at the age of 4, and only recently reached a different level." "Hey, loser, how to awaken Longinus?" they shouted from the back desk. Naruto looked at the source of the sound. There was Inuzuka Kiba. "No way, Longinus has been in the carrier since birth, and if no one feels it and helps in its awakening, then that means it doesn't exist. There are no Longinus in you, and you're so weak that you won't be able to stand any of them." Naruto chuckled at the end. "How strong are they?" asked Sakura. "Every person who possessed Longinus went down in history. I think I answered your question." Naruto said. At that moment Itachi walked in. Hello everyone, first of all I want to congratulate you on entering adulthood. The Hokage has made teams, each team has 3 genin and 1 jounin mentor. Now I will voice them and your sensei and you will start completing missions. Itachi said and took out a list of commands. Almost the ace of the canon team. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Haruno Sakura, Menma Phoenix, Mentor Hatake Kakashi. Team 11, Laura Gremory, Akemi Gremory, Mira Grigori, Mentor of Kushina Gremory. Team 0, Naruto Ouroboros, no mentor. Itachi finished. Everyone was surprised. Naruto didn't really expect that he would have to work alone because not every mentor is ready to work with the difficult character of a dragon. Why is Naruto alone and without a mentor? Asked Mira. Because the Hokage and the council decided so, I have no power here. Itachi said. It's just that not every sensei wants to work with my dragon character. If you piss me off, it will be bad, and so that I don't kill anyone, and they don't piss me off, they put me alone, but this is even better. I won't waste time on D rank missions. Okay, since I have no one to wait for, I'll go straight for the mission. Good luck Sasuke. Naruto said and went out through the window and spread his wings. 30 seconds later he was already near the residence and went inside. He went up to the office and knocked on the door. Hearing permission to enter, he went in. I'm on a mission. Naruto said coldly. Minato flinched at the voice of the son he abandoned. Okay, now I'll find a D-rank mission for you, the Hokage wanted to finish. No, either you give me a mission of at least rank A, or I will take missions on the black market. But you just became a genin, I can't give you a mission higher than rank B. So give me a mission of rank B. Okay, here you go. Handed the scroll to Minato. Not far from Konoha, in a small village, a nukenin of unknown rank appeared. Since the village is poor, they were only praised for rank B, so I give this mission to you. Finished the 4th. Naruto took the scroll and nodded, leaving the residence. Spreading his wings, he flew towards the main exit from Konoha. After 5 minutes he was already above a small village. Landing at the entrance to the village, he walked inside and went to the elder's house. On the way they looked at him with fear. It is clear that the village is small, and everyone knows each other, and when an unknown person comes, they are either travelers or robbers. Naruto was already approaching the elder's house when a little girl ran around the corner. She crashed into Naruto and fell. Naruto looked at her. She was covered in bruises and abrasions. Naruto's heart sank. She was very similar to him until Ophis saved him. The girl herself was in torn shorts, a white t-shirt, although it was no longer a t-shirt, but just a piece of fabric that hides almost nothing. Her hair was white, but also dirty. One eye was the color of the bright sun, the other was the color of ripe blackberries. Only one thing stood out to her, the pupil. It was elongated like a fox's. The girl looked at Naruto and covered her face with her hands and muttered something. Naruto's heart sank even more, because he, like her, covered his face and muttered so as not to be killed. Naruto knelt down on one knee and stroked her through her dirty and disheveled hair. The girl shuddered from his touch. Naruto released a calming aura. In general this is an aura to excite a female, but it only affects an adult, and on children it acts as a sedative. The girl stopped crying and moved closer to the young Ouroboros. Catch her! Someone shouted from around the corner. Where did you go? This is rubbish. A second voice was heard. She ran around the corner. Shouted the third. Naruto heard these voices and immediately rose to his feet and looked in the direction of the voices. 3 drunken men ran out from around the corner with bottles that became roses and kitchen knives. Oh, there you are, creature! One of them shouted. As soon as the girl heard this, she immediately pressed herself closer to Naruto. Listen, move away from this monster, otherwise you will get it too. One of the drunks shouted. It's better for you to leave before I count all your bones for you. Naruto said in a deathly voice. Who are you anyway? I haven't seen you here before, shouted the second drunkard. Naruto silently took out the Konoha protector and showed it to the drunks. I am a shinobi of Konoha, and it is better for you to leave, Naruto said. The drunkards shuddered at his words, but they did not back down. I don't care who you are, she's a freak and should die, one of the men shouted. What's going on here? Someone shouted from the left side. Everyone turned towards the voice and saw an old man and a young man. Who are you? And what brought you to our small village? The old man asked Naruto. I am Naruto Ouroboros, a shinobi of Konoha. I came to kill the nuke nin who is operating here, but when I saw what you were doing with this girl, I immediately stopped wanting to help, Naruto said. The old man was happy at first, but after saying that he didn't want to help, he broke out in a cold sweat. Please excuse us, Naruto-san, I will deal with these drunkards who offended this girl. I am the elder of this village Karo, and this is my son Katsu. We are very glad that Konoha is ready to help our village with this nuke nin. He should arrive in an hour for the money, said Karo. Then he showed his son the drunkards and he took them away. Katsu looked at Naruto and smiled. Naruto immediately realized that something was wrong here. Okay, I'll check into a hotel and take this girl and no objections will be accepted, Naruto said and picked the girl up. She hugged him and squeezed him tightly. Yes, of course, Naruto-san, Karo said. Naruto had already checked into the hotel. As expected it was in very bad condition, but he had no intention of living here. He was only here for an hour. Now he sat at the table and watched as the little girl devoured the second scroll of food that Naruto carried with him. Because he did not trust this village, so he gave her one scroll of food that he carried with him, but he had no idea that the girl did not eat for more than a week, so when she ate the first scroll, her stomach was still growling. Naruto smiled at this and gave her the second scroll. He didn't feel sorry. He could go without food for more than a month and feel great, and even more so there are so many of these scrolls that you can feed an entire army of 10,000 shinobi. What's your name? And where are your parents? Asked Naruto. The girl lowered her head and shook her head. Don't you have parents? Nod, you don't know how to talk. Nod again. I see, so we need to come up with a name for you. Kimiko, what do you think? The girl smiled and nodded her head joyfully. That's good, then I'll finish my task and we'll go to Konoha, Naruto said. The girl smiled brightly and hugged Naruto. Naruto smiled too and hugged Kimiko. An hour later, Naruto saw through the window that people began to lock themselves in their houses, and the elder and his son came out of the house with a bag. Naruto looked towards the entrance to the village and saw a shinobi wearing a cloak with a hood that covered his face. On his back he had a sword familiar to Naruto. After 5 seconds of thought, he remembered that this was the decapitator, which means Momochi Zabuza was hiding under the cloak. Naruto chuckled. He had long wanted to kill all the swordsmen of the mist and take their swords. Zabuza walked up to Karo and Katsu and a conversation began. Naruto strained his ears. Karo, I hope that all the money is here, Zabuza said and took the bag of money. Don't worry, we collected all the money, Karo said with a trembling voice. I hope there will be no problems until next month, Zabuza said and turned around to leave. Wait, Momochi Zabuza, and you better not make any sudden movements, said Naruto who was hovering over Kara and Katsa. Zabuza turned around and saw the owner of a voice as cold as ice. He saw a guy with silver hair and 2 wings on his back, one bright blue, the other dark purple, and in his hand was a spear. How did you know who I am? Zabuza grinned and took off his hood. Your sword, in my memory, only you were the owner of the decapitator, so it was not difficult to guess about it, Naruto said and went down in front of Karo and Katsu. Who are you? Naruto Ouroboros, bearer of the Super Longinus Divine Divider. Naruto said and imitated a bow. Ouroboros? So are you the killer of the third Mizukage? Perhaps, but now I have a task, to get rid of you. Naruto said and got into a fighting stance. I didn't want to run into the one who killed the third Mizukage, but I'll have to fight on the way. Zabuza said and took off his cloak and took out his sword. As I know, whoever defeats the swordsman of the mist takes his sword. Said Naruto, and you are well aware, yes it is, but if I win, then I will take your spear. Zabuza said. Naruto nodded. The battle between the swordsman of the mist and the genin of Konoha had already lasted 30 minutes. Naruto was as honest as possible and did not use either Longinus or the power of Ophis, only physical strength and skills in Kenjutsu. Zabuza was amazed by his skills. Not every jounin could match Zabuza in Kenjutsu, but here was a genin who completely dominated him. Here Zabuza delivers a vertical blow, Naruto blocks it. Suddenly a kunai appears in his hand and pierces one of the mist swordsmen in the heart. Zabuza fell to one knee, the sword falling from his hands and falling to the ground. Naruto pulled the kunai from his chest and the great swordsman fell to the ground. Zabuza smiled before he died and croaked quietly. Well done, Naruto Ouroboros, your beheader. Naruto smiled too. Thank you for a great fight. Naruto said and took the sword. All the villagers watched the battle. After Zabuza fell into a pool of his own blood, all the villagers began to clap and shout words of admiration and support. Naruto filled the sword and hid it in the spatial pocket. Kimiko ran out of the hotel and hugged Naruto. Naruto hugged her too and walked over to the elder and his son. I completed my mission, it's your turn to pay money for its completion. Naruto said. Yes, of course, now wait. Said Karo and he went into the house. While Naruto was standing, he felt a man on the roof of a neighboring house. He looked in that direction and saw a man with a crossbow. Naruto, thanks to his vision, was able to see the crossbow bolt that was flying at him and Kimiko. Naruto placed a large seal with the Ophis symbol. The bolt hit the seal and simply melted. He created a shuriken and threw it at the crossbowman. The shuriken hit the target just as the elder and his son came out of the house with a tanto. What does this mean? Naruto said, hugging Kimiko to him and putting an invisible seal of protection on her. That means that we already have little money, and we also have to pay you, sorry, but we will have to kill you. Karo said. Katsu attacked him with a tanto, but Naruto simply grabbed the blades with 2 fingers and broke it. Clenching his fist, he hit it in the sun. And smashed his body through the wall of the house. And the whole village saw the elder's house, and there were chests with money, gold and other valuables. So that's why the village is so poor. You collected money from everyone and lived in chocolate yourself, that's a real bastard. Naruto said and grabbed Karo by the throat. Please, have mercy. The old man said breathlessly. People like you must die. Naruto said, squeezing his throat harder. Remember my name, I am Naruto Ouroboros, the Infinity Dragon. Naruto said in his ear and twisted his neck. Naruto then turned to the villagers. Attention, take all your money, it all rightfully belongs to you. Naruto shouted to the whole village. Residents began to shout with joy and ran to sort out money and jewelry. A few minutes later, all the residents sorted out the money evenly and one of the residents approached Naruto. Thank you very much, Naruto-sama, thanks to you our village will be able to get back on its feet, this is for your mission and help to our village. Said the residents and handed over the envelope. Naruto simply pushed the envelope away. Don't, you need it more now, and I'll give the Hokage the money for the mission, the only thing I'll take from you is her. Naruto said and stroked the girl who was sleeping in his arms. Thank you again, the girl will be better off with you, she was insulted only because of her eyes. Many tried to save and shelter her, but the elder did not allow this to be done and threatened with execution only when they appeared. You are scared, good luck to you Naruto-sama. Said the resident. Naruto nodded and spread his wings and took off into the sky and flew towards Konoha. 5 minutes later he arrived home. He first decided to leave Kimiko for Ophis, and then go to the Hokage. Entering the house, he smelled a delicious smell. Entering the kitchen, he saw Ophis in an apron standing behind the stove. Ophis turned around and smiled. "Hello, my love, who is this with you?" Ophis asked, looking at Kimiko, who was still sleeping in Naruto's arms. "This is Kimiko. I met her in a small village. She is very similar to me in fate. She was also hated and beaten, so I took her," Naruto said and put the girl on the sofa in the living room. "Poor thing, it's clear why you took her. You felt a kindred spirit and it became hard. I don't mind, it's more fun with three. Now I'll finish and we'll eat," Ophis said and smiled a radiant smile. "Okay, I'll give a report to the Hokage now and quickly return," Naruto said and ran out of the house. He reached the residence in a minute and was already going up to the desired floor. Entering the office without knocking, he found the 7th team handing in a mission report. "Oh, Sasuke, how was the D-rank mission?" Naruto asked with an obvious grin and extended his hand. "It's terrible. Weeding the beds and walking the Inuzuka dogs is unbearable. And you?" Sasuke said and shook Naruto's hand. "Yes, that's also just from a mission. I had to kill the swordsman of the mist Momochi Zabuza, and her elder who was terrifying the village," Naruto said, throwing the scroll with the body of the Hokage swordsman. "Momochi Zabuza? S-rank Nikunin? Did you kill him?" Sasuke asked. Naruto silently took out the decapitator from the spatial feed. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces. Naruto put his sword away, said goodbye to Sasuke and left and went home. Time skip 6 months. Half a year has already passed since the day of assignment to teams. Naruto performs missions ranging from B to S rank, helped Sasuke with training. Naruto also talked with Asia, Rias Gremaris elephant, and found out how to awaken the shadow healer. Asia awakened him when she was still living in the church. She saw a wounded puppy and she began to pray for his health, and that's how it happened to awaken Longinus. Naruto thanked her for the information. He told her how to awaken the shadow healer Sasuke and he came up with a plan. As a result, during training, Naruto allegedly accidentally hit Sasuke too hard and broke his rib. Sakura noticed this and quickly ran up to the Uchiha and began to try to do something, and quiet prayers reached Naruto's ears. If only she knew that the Bible God was dead, but not about that right now. In general, in a minute a ring and a green glow appeared on Sakura's hands. After all this, Naruto explained everything to her. Of course, at first she screamed a little at these two, but then she hugged and thanked her for a long time. Naruto asked Asia to help her with mastering Longinus. Asia agreed and began to help Sakura. Minato and Kushina all tried to talk to Naruto, but Naruto was not perceptive. He simply ignored them. The only relatives he talked to were Issei and Rias. He often trained with Issei. Rias introduced Naruto to Kushina and Rias's parents and brother. Of course they had to tell their parents and brother who Naruto was. Cersex and Zyodicus were very disappointed in Kushina, and Venelana hugged Naruto for a long time and apologized for her daughter. Of course this reached the Phoenix clan. Lord Phoenix was also disappointed in his son. Riser was also dissatisfied. He changed a lot after the battle with Issei. Riser and Ravel visited Naruto when he was in the Gremari estate. Ravel hugged him. Riser simply said that he had tried to raise his younger brother wrong. Naruto said that everything was fine, and it was not his fault. Kimiko grew up with Naruto and Ophis. She learned to talk in 3 months. It turned out that she was half a dragon, dad was a dragon, and mom was a human. But the power had not yet awakened, so while Naruto was on missions, Ophis awakened Kimiko's power and began to train her under the barrier. Naruto received the call. This is not the same call as a shinobi, it is more unique. If some shinobi can have the same call, then for Naruto it was the call that no one else will have. Naruto calls upon the one whom the gods feared, because his fangs are capable of killing the gods, but this is the wolf Fenrir and his children, Haki and Skull. At first, Fenrir said that his children did not want to obey Naruto, but Naruto laid them down and they recognized him as their master. Here Naruto stands in the Hokage's office along with his Jounin mentors. So, in 3 days the Chunin exam begins. Which teams will take part? Minato began. All the Jounin gave their consent to participate. Naruto, will you participate? Minato asked. Everyone turned their attention to young Ouroboros. I will, this is the only way to move on, although I have already killed so many S-rank Nuke Nin that I should already get an elite Jounin, but oh well, I agree to participate in the exam. Naruto said. Minato gave everyone passes for the exam and sent mentors to the teams. Naruto came into the house and smelled a delicious smell. Suddenly Kimiko ran out from the living room. Brother Naruto. Kimiko shouted and hugged Naruto. Hello, Kimiko. Naruto smiled. Sister Ophis is almost ready to eat, let's go. Kimiko almost tore his arm off while she was pulling him into the kitchen. Naruto walked into the kitchen and saw Ophis standing at the stove, cooking. Naruto quietly walked up behind her and hugged her and kissed the top of her head. And you, as always, are at the stove. Naruto said and placed his head on her shoulder. Ophis has grown over these 6 months and has become slightly shorter than Naruto. Naruto is 173 centimeters tall, Ophis is 165 centimeters tall. And you are always on missions, so I'm in the kitchen. Ophis said and kissed him on the cheek. I am participating in the Chunin exam, and I want to fully reveal myself. You're sure of that? Who knows how people will react to it? Don't worry, especially since I'm tired of you constantly sitting at home and not being able to go out, and if I open up, we can spend more time. Well, okay, I will always support you and be there for you. Ophis said and turned to Naruto and kissed him on the lips. Naruto kissed back. Kimiko, who was drawing at the table, watched this. She became jealous of her brother and stood between them. Brother, it's not fair why you kiss your sister, but not me? The girl pouted. Naruto and Ophis laughed and Naruto picked her up and they kissed her on both sides of the cheek. Naruto decided to take a walk around the village after lunch. While he was walking, he heard screams around the corner. He decided to see what was there. Having spread his wings, he took off so that he could not be seen, but he could hear everything. Around the corner was Menma and Akemi, who were shouting at the guy from Suna who was holding the grandson of the third Hokage. Apparently they didn't teach manners in Konoha. Sunavet said. Kankuro, let him go, we are not in our village. The girl who was standing next to him tried to stop him. Well, no, I have to teach him a lesson. Kankuro said, raising his fist. I don't recommend it. Was heard above the Suna Genin. Everyone looked and saw Naruto with 2 wings. You are holding the grandson of the third Hokage, the hero of Konoha, by the scruff of the neck. For this we can declare war on Suna, and kill you. Let him go before I do something stupid. Said Naruto. That's it, be quiet, I'm letting him go. Kankuro said and dismissed Konohamaru. He immediately ran behind Menma. How long will your teammate sit on the tree? Naruto asked. Did you notice me? A guy with red hair came out, and on his forehead was the kanji, love. Don't think that if you hide your chakra, censors like me won't notice you. Kankuro, you are a disgrace to our village, we would kill you on the spot for this. Said the guy. I'm sorry Gaara, this won't happen again. Kankuro said in a trembling voice. Suna and Konoha are allies, but even so you wouldn't be able to get through without a pass. Naruto said, going lower, but without removing his wings. We have arrived for the Chunin exam, here is the pass. The girl said and the trio showed the passes. Okay, once again you arrange something in my village, I will tear out your spine through your mouth and insert it through your anus and say that it happened. I won't get anything for it, I'm stronger any jounin is from your village, so they advise you not to become rowdy in Konoha. What is your name? Gaara asked. Naruto Ouroboros, White Dragon Emperor. The same Naruto Ouroboros? The one who killed the Blood Mist Demon alone? Asked Temari. Rumors spread quickly. In general, don't catch my eye, otherwise Suna will pick you up piece by piece. Naruto said and took off. 3 days later, Naruto went to the academy to take the first stage of the exam. Approaching the academy, he saw Team 7, which was also approaching the academy. Sasuke, also for the exam? Naruto asked and walked up to the team. Yes, I see you also decided to take the test, okay, let's go. Said Sasuke. Naruto and Team 7 entered the academy. On the second floor they saw a crowd of genin from different villages who were not letting a guy through. Everything would be fine, but above the office there was a sign that said 301, but as Naruto remembered that he was on the third floor, after looking closely he noticed that it was a genjutsu. Naruto told Sasuke about this and they went up to the third floor. Having entered the desired office, a wave of Ki began to press on them, but for Naruto it somehow didn't matter. He walked over and sat down at the far desk. After a couple of minutes, the genins began to arrive and a rumble began. What about the children? Are you renting for the first time? Asked the guy with glasses. What is this, not the first time you've taken it? Kiba asked. Well, yes, I can get any information about any participant. Tell me information about Naruto Ouroboros. Niji said. So, Naruto Ouroboros, a genin of Konoha, completed 15 B-rank missions, 20 plus A-rank missions, 28 S-rank missions, and 3 S+ rank missions. Taijitsukage plus. Kenjutsukage plus, spear weapon, destroyer of evil. Ninjutsu, does not own. Magic level, high demon or higher, magic circle unknown. The carrier of the vanishing Daikon, Albion Guiber, but he differs from the last carrier in the color of his armor and wings, quite good for a genin. Said the bespectacled man. Naruto realized that this was not just a Konoha shinobi, something was wrong here. The genin of the 5 villages began to be afraid of participating in the exam with him. Suddenly, Konoha's master of torture, Marino Ibiki, entered the classroom. So, brats, I am Marino Ibiki, the examiner of the first stage of the Chunin exam. This is the test stage. There will be 9 questions and your task is to answer them, after which I will ask you the 10th question, but that's later, start now. Ibiki said. The participants were given forms with questions. Naruto looked at the questions and quickly answered them and lay down on his desk. An hour later, the genin's forms were taken away. During that hour half of the genin left and were kicked out for cheating. Naruto woke up to Ibiki's voice. So, I will ask you the last 10th question, but first I will tell you, whoever can't answer the question will never be able to pass the exam again, not next year, not when. Whoever wants to leave, please, you have a minute. Ibiki finished. In the end, 3 teams came out, but all the Konoha genin remained. Since this is all left, I congratulate you, you passed. A shinobi should never doubt his decisions and, Ibiki wanted to finish, but a girl with purple hair flew into the window. She rose to her feet and looked around the classroom, looking at Ibiki with a chuckle. A little more than 20 teams, Ibiki is getting old, I'll cut this number in half. Said the girl with a sadistic smile. Do what you want. They are yours, and I wish you good luck. Ibiki said and disappeared into the smoke. I'm waiting for you at the 44th training ground. The girl said and also disappeared. Naruto took a breath and left the audience. He flew in 10 seconds and sat down on a tree branch. The examiner looked at him and grinned. Half an hour later the others arrived. Hello brats, I am Madarashi Enko, I am the 2nd stage examiner for the Chunin exam. This is the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death, created personally by the first Hokage. you will be given a scroll of either earth or sky. Your task is to find the second scroll. If you have an earth scroll, you need to find a sky scroll, or vice versa. You are given 5 days. As soon as you find the right scroll, you need to get to the tower, but if you think that it is so simple, then know that the animals are in this forest is much more dangerous than usual. Anko wanted to finish, but she saw that Naruto was just sleeping. She threw a kunai at him, but the kunai did not reach, but crashed into the Ouroboros protective seal. The kunai simply melted and only the handle fell. The seal disappeared and Naruto opened his eyes. It's not good to throw kunai at participants, you can get kicked out for it. Naruto said. You are an interesting fellow. If you complete the stage in less than a day, you will receive a gift. Anko licked her lips. Sorry, not interested, my heart has been occupied for a long time. Naruto said and closed his eyes, making it clear that the conversation was over. In general, now you will sign a paper that Konoha is not responsible for your death, and pick up the scroll. Anko said. Naruto jumped from the branch and walked through first. Having signed the papers, he took the scroll of earth and stood in front of the gate to the forest. 5 minutes later, all teams received scrolls and were already standing in front of the gate. Naruto looked at Sasuke and nodded at him. Sasuke understood and nodded too. The gate opened and Naruto spread his wings and flew into the depths of the forest. He completely hid his aura and began to look for commands. He found a team not far from here and flew towards them. It was a grass team. What scroll do we have? Asked one of them. Sky. Answered the second. Naruto grinned and landed in front of them. I offer a deal, I don't kill you and you give me the scroll, or you die and give it anyway. Scroll, a minute to think. Naruto said without emotion. The genin shook with fear and an eerie aura. Fine, just don't touch it, said one of the genin and threw the scroll to Naruto. Naruto caught the scroll and quickly knocked out the genin and went in search of Sasuke. It didn't take long to search. Sasuke and his team fought with the girl from sound. Naruto sensed sinister chakra and intentions from her. Sakura treated Menma, who was unconscious. The girl from sound lengthened her neck and rushed at Sasuke as best he could. Naruto quickly appeared in front of him and nailed his head to the ground with a blow from his spear. But the girl did not die, but cut off her head and literally recovered. Then Naruto realized who it was. One of the great trinity of Sannin, Orochimaru, the snake Sannin. Naruto said. So you revealed my disguise. I don't need you, the dragon will be difficult to control, I need Sasuke. Sannin hissed. Sorry, but first you have to kill me. Naruto said, spinning the spear in his hand. I've heard a lot about your strength, I can't cope with you, I'll come for Sasuke, but for now good luck, here's a scroll for you. Orochimaru threw the scroll and disappeared. Naruto caught the scroll and put away the spear. He turned to Sasuke. How are you? Naruto asked. He beat us up a lot, Sasuke said and fell unconscious. Naruto caught him and approached Sakura, who had finished treating Menma. Naruto. I'm so glad to see you, thank you for saving me. Sakura said, crying, and hugged Naruto. Please, I couldn't help but help my friends, I need to find a safe place and wait until they wake up. Naruto said. Sakura nodded and wanted to take Menma. But Naruto took 2 guys from Team 7 and he and Sakura went to look for shelter. They eventually found a cave and decided to stay there. Naruto put the guys down and went to collect branches for the fire, and Sakura kept an eye on the guys. Naruto returned 5 minutes later and quickly started a fire and took out a scroll of food. A day has passed since the guys from Team 7 are sleeping. Naruto and Sakura did not leave them, only to get branches for the fire and when needed. Sasuke finally opened his eyes and saw the cave and the light from the fire. He stood up and looked at his friends. I woke up, that's good, right now Menma will wake up and we'll go to the tower, while you were passed out, I found the scroll you needed, since this snake gave the wrong scroll, so eat and get ready. Naruto said, handing him the food. Sasuke took it and began to eat it. An hour later, Menma woke up and Team 7 and 0 went to the tower. An hour later they were already there and unrolled the scrolls. The team got Kakashi, and Naruto got Minato. Congratulations on completing the second stage, you are prohibited from leaving the tower for 4 days. Kakashi said. Well done, Naruto, said Minato. Hokage-sama, Team 7 was attacked by the non-Chunin Orochimaru, but I appeared and he retreated, better check the Forest of Death and Konoha as a whole. Naruto said and went into the tower. Minato nodded and disappeared into the teleportation circle. Naruto settled down in his room and fell asleep. Since I haven't slept for more than a day. 4 days have passed since the completion of the second stage of the Chunin exam. Naruto spent all this time in the tower training. As expected, the Konoha teams all passed, but the Sand team and other villages also passed. It turns out that Naruto will have to open up not only to Konoha, but also to other villages. Naruto didn't care, the main thing was that Ophis, Kimiko and Albion were always nearby. He didn't care about the rest. He is ready to sacrifice Konoha for Ophis. Even if he has to start a war between countries, he will kill anyone who threatens her. He is ready to do anything for his family. Now the participants stand opposite the Hokage and the strongest jounin of Konoha, Kakashi and Guy. You are all great for making it to the third and final stage of the Chunin exam, but since so many of you passed, it was decided to hold a qualifying stage, one-on-one fights. Whoever wins will advance to the third stage, said Minato, and he and the jounin disappeared. The examiner entered the arena. So, I am Geto Hayato, I am the examiner of the third stage of the Chunin exam. Now the participants who win will be called, they will go to the main third stage, so the first battle, said Geto. Further along the line. Now there was a fight between Rock Lee and Gaara. Lee greatly dominated when he took off the weights, but Gaara constantly defended himself with sand. Suddenly the sand began to squeeze Lee's left arm and leg. Sandy coffin. Gaara began to clench his fist. Lee tried to do something, but the sand tightly squeezed his body parts. Suddenly something touched Gaara on the shoulder, but no one had time to notice, since the speed was supersonic. The sand that was squeezing Lee relaxed its grip and began to crumble. Gaara did not understand what was happening and tried to squeeze Lee again, but he heard words from the sky. Absorption. Everyone looked up and saw Naruto with his wings spread. Absorption. Naruto's wings lit up and Albion's voice was heard. I think I said then, don't kill the inhabitants of my village. What specific word did you not understand in the sentence, don't you dare kill the inhabitants of Konoha? Naruto said as he descended in parallel to Lee and Gaara. Killing is not prohibited by the rules. Gaara said. Yes? Naruto said and looked around. Noticing Gaara's command, Naruto raised his hand and pulled Temari towards him. Temari didn't have time to say anything before she found herself in Naruto's hand. If so, I can kill your sister, since murder is not prohibited. Naruto said and squeezed Temari's throat. Even though Gaara was a psycho, he didn't want to sacrifice his family. Okay, let her go. Gaara said and removed the sand from Lee. Naruto let go of Temari and landed next to Lee. Naruto picked up Lee and took him to his sensei Guy. Gaara took his sister. Gekko came to his senses. The next battle, the final, is Naruto Ouroboros against Minato Phoenix, said Gekko. Everyone was surprised that the genin would fight the Hokage. Naruto was also surprised, but not much. He went down to the arena and began to wait for his opponent. The circle of the Phoenix family appeared in the arena, and Minato came out from there in flames. Naruto grinned and clapped. You have a lot of pathos, but you don't have the strength to defeat me, Naruto said, finishing clapping his hands. I don't need to defeat you, all I need to do is put you on your back," said Minato. "Loud words, but even God will have to sweat to defeat me, and you are not even among the 10 strongest where God is, so don't take too much on yourself," Naruto said. "Since everyone is ready, let's start." Geto gave the go-ahead. Minato quickly created a large fireball and threw it at Naruto. Naruto decided not to dodge. The fireball flew straight at Naruto and he was engulfed in flames. Everyone already thought that Naruto was just a show-off, but takeovers. The voice of the Vanisher was heard and Naruto, dressed in his two-color armor, flew out of the fire. Everyone looked at this armor in fascination, which is not surprising, dragons always attracted attention. But Naruto had no time for that, he was not going to waste his time on something that he would do in a couple of seconds. Naruto, at the speed of sound, was next to Minato and hit him in the stomach, then from behind he kicked him in the back. Minato was thrown quite a distance, but was able to stand on his feet. "I'm surprised that after my blows you can stand, although this is understandable, the regeneration of the Phoenix clan has always amazed you," Naruto said. He pounced further and delivered a hail of blows. Minato simply did not have time to follow him and could not do anything. Here Naruto strikes the sun and Minato falls to one knee, breathing heavily. "I think you've had enough," Naruto said and dispelled the armor. "Winner Naruto Ouroboros, the 3rd stage will be in 1 month, good training everyone," said Geto and disappeared. Naruto said goodbye to Sasuke and flew home. He flew in 10 seconds and entered the house. "I'm home," Naruto shouted, taking off his shoes. Naruto walked into the kitchen and saw Ophis and Kimiko sleeping with a book in their hands. Naruto smiled and came closer, he kissed their foreheads and covered them with a blanket. Going to the stove, he began to prepare himself something to eat. An hour later, he finished cooking and began to eat onigiri with chicken. Ophis and Kimiko were still asleep. Naruto finished his lunch and sat down next to them and hugged them and also closed his eyes. Towards evening Ophis began to wake up, she wanted to get up, but she couldn't because they were hugging her tightly. Looking at the one who hugged her, she smiled, it was Naruto. And in her arms was Kimiko, holding a book. Ophis kissed the top of Kimiko's head and Naruto's lips, from which the latter showed signs of life and began to open his eyes. "Hello, Naruto," said Ophis. "And you, Ophis," Naruto said and kissed Ophis on the forehead. "Wake up Kimiko, and I'll cook dinner," Ophis said and handed the girl to Naruto. Naruto nodded and began to wake up Kimiko. But she didn't really want to wake up, she just pressed herself closer to Naruto and continued to sleep. Naruto decided to take a desperate step, he began to tickle her. Kimiko winced and opened her eyes and began to laugh. "Are you awake?" Naruto said and stopped tickling her. "Yes, brother," Kimiko said, recovering from her laughter. "Let's go, sis Ophis will cook dinner for us right now," Naruto said. "Yeah." And they went to the kitchen where Ophis was already waiting for them with a delicious dinner. Time skip 1 month. This month flew by extremely quickly. With training and gatherings with family. Naruto trained for the first half of the day and spent the second with Ophis and Kimiko. Naruto told Ophis to come to the final stage of the exam with Kimiko, maybe Kimiko could learn something. A week before the exam, the Kage of the 5 villages arrived. Naruto wondered how the 5 great rulers would react to 2 infinity dragons in one village. The biggest surprise for Naruto and Ophis was that Tiamat arrived, one of the Dragon Kings. She would definitely be able to understand that Ophis was not far away. Residents of Konoha were already seated in the stands of Konoha's largest arena. 5 Kage and 1 Dragon King were sitting in the box. Also in the stands were the senseis of all teams, Rias and her retinue, and Ophis and Kimiko, but so far no one recognized them. Naruto said Ophis that when he opens up, Ophis will be able to release his aura. Naruto was hovering above the arena at this time and was waiting for the moment to appear spectacularly. The genin stood in the arena and listened to the speech of the 5 Kage. Minato wanted to give the floor to Tiamat, but she refused. After the Kage's speech, Geto appeared and began to explain the rules. I welcome you all again to the final stage of the Chunin exam. There are no rules, killing is allowed, but not recommended. The fights will take place in the form of a tournament, that is, the first couple fights, one wins and moves on and so on until only one remains, but if our respected Kage likes your technique of introducing the fight, then you will still become Chunin. Now the first fight will be Naruto Ouroboros against Kiba Inuzuka. I ask the participants to stay in the arena, and the rest to the balcony. Geto finished. Kiba remained in the arena while the others left. Kiba is already tired of waiting, although a minute has passed. If Naruto Ouroboros does not appear in 5 minutes, he will be disqualified. Said Geto. Yes, here I am. A voice was heard from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw Naruto walking down a ladder, and Ouroboros' seals appeared under his feet and then disappeared. And I already thought that you were scared. Kiba grinned. I'm scared of you, like scared of a small child. I think, either you're an idiot or fearless. You saw that I defeated the Hokage, and at the same time you can calmly await your fate in the fights. Naruto said as he descended to the ground. The Kage looked at Minato in surprise. Tiamat did not pay attention to this. She was surprised by the seals that Naruto descended on, but she could not remember who had the same ones. I don't care, Akamuru and I will beat you down once or twice. Kiba said as his puppy yapped. Since everything is in place, you can start. Geto shouted. Your puppy is useless against mine, come to me, my servant. Naruto raised his hand up and lightning struck the ground, and Haki, one of the sons of Fenrir, came out from there. Kaki? Tiamat was surprised in the Kage box. Tiamat Dano, do you know what kind of wolf this is? The third Kazekage Raza asked her. Yes, this is one of Fenrir's 2 sons. Even gods and dragons were afraid of Fenrir's fangs. His puppies did not go far. Tiamat said. Haki growled, his roar shook the ground. Naruto jumped onto his back. Well, how do you like my servant? Naruto grinned and stroked Haki's fur. Kiba could not say a word, his body was shaking as if from frost. Akamaru also whined from such a roar. Well, since you're silent, Kaki, this is your breakfast. Naruto said. Haki growled and rushed into battle. Although Haki was smaller than the arena, his paws still left marks on the ground. Kiba and Akamaru fainted and Naruto stopped Haki. The Haki disappeared and Naruto found himself in front of Kiba's body. Winner Naruto Ouroboros. The next battle, the next fights went on. Sasuke fought with the genin from the stone and won. Gaara fought with the sound genin and killed him. Sakura and Ino were against each other and ended up in a draw. Menma, Laura, Akemi easily defeated the genin from cloud, fog and rain. Mira also won. I can win the entire issue of Naruto in my battles. Gaara's team also won. So, the first round passed, now break 20 minutes. Said Geto. 20 minutes passed and everyone gathered in the arena again. I hope you had a good rest. The next fight is Naruto Ouroboros vs Grigori World. Said Geto. Mira descended into the arena, and Naruto simply teleported away. The battle began without words. Mira began to attack the enemy with spears of light. Naruto decided that we would show more and more of our strength with each battle. Naruto created his spear and began to deflect the blows. Reflecting the last launched spear of light, and threw his spear at Mira, she was able to reflect it, and it stuck nearby. Naruto smiled and the spear exploded nearby, and flew into Naruto's hand. He spun it in his hand and threw it over his shoulder. The dust settled after the explosion and everyone saw Mira lying covered in burns. Winner Naruto Ouroboros. Said Geto. I will tell you who lost. The losers, Shino, Kenkuro, Choji, and a couple of genin from Sound and Stone. The third round of the final stage of the exam begins, Naruto Ouroboros against Niji Hyuga. Naruto was already in the arena, and Niji also came down. Niji, you did a very bad thing to Hinata. You didn't think in your head that you could kill her. It's not her fault that you are from a side branch of the clan. You should be grateful to her, because she wants save you and save the entire side branch of your stupid clan. Naruto said, spreading his wings. It's none of your business, Ouroboros. You don't know what it's like to be born with a seal on your forehead. Niji said, activating his Byakugan. I don't know. I lived much worse before the age of 3, you had those who could take care of you, but I only had it after 4 years. Naruto said. Are you ready? Let's start. Geto shouted. In the Kage box everyone looked at this fight with interest, especially Naruto. Tiamat already understood that Naruto was the bearer of Albion, but did not understand why the color of the wings was different. How many more surprises does this guy have? The Raikage grinned, hey. If he mastered his Longinus, then we will see a lot more. Tiamat said. Who did not understand she is in human form. Naruto easily repelled Niji's blows, even the Byakugan did not help, against the speed, and if Niji managed to touch, then it only benefited Naruto, because with each touch he took away part of his strength with the help of absorption. So Niji wanted to use 64 heavenly strikes, but Naruto simply flies up and hits Niji in the chin and he is knocked out. Winner Naruto Ouroboros. Geto shouted. In this circle the losers were, Shikamaru, gave up in battle with Temari, Laura, lost to Akemi, Tenten, lost to Menma, and the last genin from Sound and Fog. The fourth round of the stage begins, now Naruto Ouroboros against Akemi Gremory. Said Geto. Naruto and Akemi used their teleportation seals. Well, hello, little sister. Naruto said. Hello to you too, don't think that it's so easy to defeat me, Akemi said, spreading her demonic wings. Naruto grinned and activated Longinus. Well then, show what you are capable of. Naruto grinned. Akemi created a sphere of destruction. It looks like a dark burgundy ball, the same one formed around Naruto. He was no longer visible, light became visible in the ball. The sphere began to crack through which a bright light was visible, the cracks became larger, and a second later the sphere crumbled and Naruto flew out of it in his armor. Akemi created a bunch of circles of the Gremory family behind her and began to shoot clots of plasma from them. But it was useless. When Akemi's attacks reached Naruto they were reflected on the shield around him. Naruto himself simply hovered with his arms crossed over his chest. When the stream of attacks ended, Naruto grinned and created a small cloud of energy in his hand. Waving his hand, discharges of energy in the form of lightning rushed towards Akemi. Akemi managed to put a protective seal, but the attacks were so strong that the seal was cracking at the seams. Naruto created another one in his other hand, one clot, and shot at the seal. It could not stand it and crumbled and the attack hit Akemi. A cloud of dust rose. After 5 seconds the dust settled and everyone saw Akemi who was unconscious. Winner Naruto Ouroboros. Geto shouted. Lost in this round of battles, Temari. Only 4 remained, Naruto, Sasuke, Menma, Gaara. An hour later, the rest was over. So this is the semi-final. Now it will be decided who will get to the final, Naruto Ouroboros against Menma Phoenix. Naruto and Menma were already standing in the arena and preparing to fight. Naruto spread his wings and flew into the air and activated his armor. Menma activated his clan's seals. At this time, bets were already being made in the Kage box. Tiamat had already begun to guess about something, but had not yet told the other Kage. I think the son of the Hokage will win. The guy in the armor is certainly not bad, but he can't do anything against the Phoenix's fire and his regeneration. Said the Raikage, because he had already fought with Minato and knew the strength of their clan. I don't think the boy can escape from the sphere of destruction of the Gremory clan and break their protective seals. The Mizukage objected. What do you think about Tiamat-sama? Minato asked. He has the power to destroy God, but he doesn't show it. That's all Tiamat said. The Kage were left in thought. There were also debates in the stands. All those who did not know the strength of the White Dragon bet on Menma. Only Ryusa's retinue and Ophis knew the true strength of the White Dragon Emperor. I will not lose, Naruto, I will win and return you to the family, said Menma. How many times to repeat, I don't need your family, I already have those who replaced it for me, Naruto said. Since everyone is ready and the conversations have begun, then let's begin, Geto shouted. Menma started throwing fireballs at Naruto. Naruto just lazily dodged. Suddenly Menma threw a huge fireball. The armor's shield couldn't withstand it, it couldn't be too big to dodge, all that remained was. Albion, it's time, Naruto said. Are you sure? Who knows how Kaguya and Tiamat will react to this, said Albion. It seems to me that Tiamat has already guessed everything, there is no point in hiding it, Naruto said. The entire dialogue took a millisecond. The fireball almost reached. Okay, we wanted to see you, my true strength, please, Naruto shouted throughout the arena. He created a huge Ouroboros seal and the fireball simply disappeared as soon as it touched the seal. Everyone who knew what kind of seal it was immediately fell into shock. Of course ordinary residents did not recognize it, but the demons, the fallen Mira, Tiamat recognized the seal. Only Tiamat was not surprised, she noticed Ophis in the stands at the beginning of the third circle. Menma, I remember you wanted to defeat the Infinity Dragon? So this chance has been given to you. I am Naruto Ouroboros, the bearer of the Super Longinus Divine Divider, the second Infinity Dragon, the third most powerful after Great Red and the office of the first Infinity Dragon, Naruto shouted. Menma shook from his aura, he could not believe that this was the aura of the Infinity Dragon. In the Kage's box, the Kages were also sweating cold sweat from his aura. Besides Tiamat, she knew Ophis and was accustomed to her aura. Naruto extended his hand and the Ouroboros symbol appeared in it. Dark purple lightning appeared in his hand. Menma quickly reacted and created a protective seal. Naruto just grinned and fired a purple beam. The seal immediately broke and the beam hit Menma. Naruto dispelled his armor and landed nearby. Menma was still conscious. Naruto walked over and grabbed Phoenix by the throat. Remember once and for all, I don't need your family, I don't want to return to where I was thrown out of, Naruto said and hit Menma's stomach with his palm, where there was a seal restraining the Kyuubi. Orange chakra flowed down Naruto's hand. After 5 seconds Menma passed out and there was no Kyuubi left in him. It was in Naruto's hand. He created the Ouroboros seal and was able to seal the Kyuubi in an already prepared pendant. It was a pendant with 9 tomo. When the sealing was completed, 1 tomo glowed orange. Naruto turned around and left the arena. Winner Naruto Ouroboros. Geto recovered from the shock. Naruto came to the hospital where Akemi was lying. Walking into her room, he saw that she was still unconscious. He put his hand on her stomach and began to attract Kyuubi's mind. It was more difficult, but still Kyuubi's mind was suspended. Naruto placed the pendant around his neck and entered the subconscious. Having entered the subconscious, he found himself in a large clearing with a waterfall and a large tree to which Kyuubi was tied. What did you do? Who are you? As soon as Naruto approached, Kyuubi shouted. Calm down, I'm not going to use you, on the contrary, I want to help you. I'll collect all your brothers and sister in this pendant, then I'll let you go. I don't like how they treat you, Naruto explained. Kyuubi was shocked. This was the first person who did not see him as a monster and a weapon. Okay, but promise that you will let us go as soon as you gather us, Kyuubi said. I promise, I will go. Soon you will meet your brother. Naruto returned to the arena where he had already defeated Gaara, but Sasuke was not seriously injured, at most a couple of fractures, but Sakura would quickly restore them. This is the final battle, Naruto Ouroboros vs Sabako no Gaara. Geto shouted. Naruto landed on the arena and prepared Ouroboros seals on his hands. Gaara also returned to the arena and prepared for battle. In this battle, which of you will become Chunin will be decided, and the rest will be decided by the respected Kage. Since everyone is ready, they have begun. Geto shouted. Gaara immediately attacked with sand, but Naruto simply put protection seals where the sand was flying. Gaara simply could not keep up with Naruto, and began to go crazy. Naruto looked towards the sand and saw that he began to turn into a mini bijou. Blood! Blood! I need blood! Gaara was going crazy. Naruto, the bijou is taking control of him, we urgently need to pacify him, said Albion. Naruto mentally nodded. 2 purple snakes came out under Gaara and tied up the violent Jinchuriki. Gaara could not do anything, the snake simply suppressed his powers, the sand did not listen and the transformation into a bijou stopped halfway. Naruto came closer and Gaara simply began to twitch, the snake squeezed the Jinchuriki even more tightly and he calmed down. A dark purple aura appeared on Naruto that covered his entire hand with a seal in the palm. It will be better for you, Naruto said and touched the sand's belly. Gaara began to scream in pain, and Naruto's hand began to cover the tailed one with chakra and turn into a pendant. Naruto had almost finished when he saw that Root Umbu appeared in the stands and began to capture civilians. One tried to approach Ophis and Kimiko, but Ophis burned the Root operative and summoned a pair of snakes for protection. Naruto finished and felt Ichibi resist much more than Kyuubi, but Naruto was stronger and was able to finish sealing himself into the pendant, another Tomo glowing sand color. Naruto checked the former Jinchuriki's pulse, he was alive. Naruto called the snake off and ran to help Ophis. But his path was blocked by 20 Root operatives and a clone of Danzo. Naruto Ouroboros, you are under arrest and must go to the Root dungeon, said one of the Umbu. Better give up, boy, your strength will be useful for my future power, said Danzo's clone. What else, you are apparently too stupid to carry out a coup in a village where the sister of Satan, the youngest son of Lord Phoenix, the niece of the general of the fallen angels, and 2 infinity dragons. Naruto grinned. This will not bother me, I will subdue you and Konoha will become the most powerful village in the world. Danzo laughed. Idiot, demons, dragons and the fallen cannot be subdued, you will only lose people, Naruto said, and seals appeared under the operatives and burned all the Umbu. Danzo's clone simply disappeared. Naruto teleported to Ophis. How are you? Naruto quickly ran up to his beloved. I'm fine, they didn't even touch us, what are we going to do? Ophis asked. We'll fight back, I plan to leave for 3 years with you and Kimiko, but that's later, now it's better to teleport home and pack your things, and I'll stop the attacks, Naruto said. Ophis wanted to object, but Naruto kissed her on the lips. After a minute he pulled away and said that everything would be fine. Ophis nodded and disappeared with Kimiko. Naruto looked towards the Kage box and saw the barrier where the Kage were fighting against Orochimaru and Danzo. Looking towards Ryusa's retinue he saw that they had already killed almost all the operatives. Sakura and Asia were treating the wounded, Issei was freeing civilians with the help of Balance Breaker, Naruto's release also fought with the Root. Naruto decided to help the Kage, but before that he created many snakes and sent them to everyone. Naruto spread his Longinus wings and entered the Balance Breaker. Naruto flew towards the barrier at supersonic speed, channeling the power of infinity and the power of Albion into his fist. He hit the barrier with all his might and it cracked and shattered. The Hokage fought in the barrier, the Kazekage, Raikage, Mizukage and Tsuchikage were knocked out. Tiamat realized that she had nothing to do here and disappeared. The Kage fought Orochimaru and Danzo. Naruto landed in front of the Kage. Naruto, we can handle this ourselves, go help the civilians," ordered the Hokage. "My snakes will take care of them, and don't you dare order me." Naruto snapped. "How dare you contradict the Kage?" asked the Raikage. "It's none of your business, Raikage," Naruto said and created 2 seals in his hands. 2 katanas appeared from them. Naruto did not wait and immediately attacked Orochimaru with Danzo. Naruto was noticeably dominant in Kenjutsu, neither Orochimaru or Danzo could keep up with him. Naruto immediately cut off Danzo's hand because he felt that it had a lot of Sharingans, so he immediately cut it off. 10 minutes Naruto chopped Orochimaru and Danzo. While they were fighting, a couple of root groups arrived at Danzo, but they were killed by traps that Naruto managed to set. The first Danzo died and fell with 2 katanas in his sides. Naruto then began to play with Orochimaru in taijutsu in armor. If Orochimaru used large-scale techniques, Naruto used absorption. After another 5 minutes Naruto stole Orochimaru's jaw. The armor disappeared and Naruto removed his wings, creating a seal under the corpse and burning them. Naruto looked at the Kage and turned around and walked towards the house. "Naruto!" Minato shouted. Naruto stopped and turned around. "You're great," said the Hokage. "Put your praise where it is. If you had kept Danzo in check we could have avoided this. In an hour I am leaving with my family for 3 years, don't worry we will be back," Naruto said and teleported home. Once at home, Ophis and Kimiko rushed at him. Naruto didn't say anything and just hugged them. 10 minutes later, he released them from his embrace. "How are you?" asked Ophis. "Everything is fine, now let's eat and go," Naruto said. Ophis and Kimiko nodded and the whole family went into the kitchen. Ophis had already prepared onigiri, dango, curry, rice with chicken and mushrooms. Naruto licked his lips and began to gobble up the food. The fight tired him out very much. Kimiko and Ophis also began to eat, but not as quickly as Naruto. An hour later they finished and there were empty plates on the table. Naruto went to collect his things. In a battle with Orochimaru, he took Kusanagi from him and hid it in a spatial pocket. He also put a couple of scrolls with food, clothing, money, and other necessary things. We also took tents and everything for the forest. An hour later, he finished assembling his things. Leaving the room, he went down to the first floor, and saw Ophis and Kimiko, who were also waiting for him with things. Naruto took their things and hid them in his spatial pocket. Leaving the house, he closed it. Leaving the territory, he installed the most powerful barriers. Ophis helped him with this. Having finished this, they headed towards the exit of the village. While they were walking they looked at them with fear. Many already knew that these were 2 infinity dragons, but our heroes did not notice them. While Naruto and Ophis walked towards the exit of the village with Kimiko, Minato convened clan meetings and began to allocate a budget to restore what Danzo and Orochimaru had destroyed. Naturally, the elders tried to say that Danzo was under genjutsu and was controlled, and that Naruto should be taken into custody, but Minato gave an ultimatum that if they did not shut up, they would repeat the fate of the head of the root. Minato also said that Naruto was leaving the village, and again the elders they tried to be indignant about why their main trump card was leaving the village, but they were told that they could not hold him. His snakes were killing root operatives right and left, so they had to hope that Naruto would return to the village. At this time, Naruto and his family had already left the village and were walking along the path, chatting pleasantly. Naruto was happy about this. He was looking forward to 3 years with his family. 3 people, or rather dragons, Naruto, Ophis and Kimiko, were walking towards Konoha. 3 years have already passed since their departure, during which time Naruto became stronger and was already at the level of Great Red. He was the only one who could resist Naruto. Ophis trained Kimiko. Sometimes Naruto joined. Kimiko grew up and was as tall as Ophis, 175 centimeters. Naruto was 184 centimeters. Kimiko became very beautiful, long snow-white hair reaching to her waist, small pink lips, a pointed nose, an hourglass figure, breasts of the third size. The office has also changed, her breasts have grown from size 2 to size 4, her tummy is flat, her hair has grown to her lower back. Naruto became even more pumped up, with clearly degenerate six-packs visible on his abs, pumped-up arms, broad shoulders, in general a trio of handsome men. They approached Konoha and entered its territory where they were met by guards Izumo and Kotetsu. "Hello, what is your purpose for being in Konoha?" asked Izumo. "Izumo, Kotetsu, have you been having memory problems for a long time?" asked Naruto. "Naruto? Is that you? How you have changed, we know you, but your companions do not," Kotetsu said in surprise. "This is Ophis and Kimiko are my family," said Naruto. "Then come in, we are very glad to see you in the village," Izumo said. Naruto nodded and they moved on. While they were walking, they noticed that the streets were somehow polluted, there were fewer residents and street vendors. Those who looked out the window closed the windows when they saw Naruto and his family. This strained our trio. Suddenly they heard a showdown. "Office, I'll go take a look, and you catch up," said Naruto. Office nodded. Naruto spread his wings and flew towards the sounds. When he arrived, he saw a group of people wearing armbands with the inscription, Konoha Police, and another group with Sasuke, Menma, Akemi, Mira, Sakura. "Kiba, calm down, your police are already keeping Konoha at bay," said Menma. "Shut up, Menma, according to Konoha laws, she trades without permission," Kiba said and pointed to his grandmother who was shaking with fear. Kiba gave a sign to one of the guys and he tried to tie his grandmother, but two snakes came out of the ground and tied him hand and foot. "You cannot be left for 3 years." A voice was heard from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw Naruto with his wings. "Naruto!" Akemi and Sakura shouted. Menma and Sasuke smiled, apparently very happy to see their friend. Naruto went down to the guys and removed his wings. "Again you are scum, you are interfering with the Konoha police, this is punishable by law," Kiba said. "Shut up," Naruto said, and Kiba's entire group was tied up by snakes. Naruto turned to his friends. At this time, Ophis and Kimiko came up. Kimiko went up to her grandmother and healed her bruises that the police had given. "So, I hope you will tell me what is happening here, and why there is a different police force in Konoha?" Naruto said. "It all started half a year after you left. At first the Inuzukas simply began to behave strangely, took fewer missions and sat in the clan, but another year later, they started a coup, first captured the clans, then the whole village, Hokage and other demons could not do anything, since the Inuzuks had the holy swords from nowhere, they seized all power in Konoha, executed the old elders and installed their people. Apparently it was they who gave them the holy swords, lowered the rights of almost all clans except Hyuga, also with the civilian population, they closed all trade relations with the villages, were able to block all means of communication with so Satan cannot send people. There is an incomprehensible crystal on the roof of the residence, which does not allow the use of the power of demons and the fallen by 99%, that is demons cannot use their full power. The Uchiha police were disbanded and their own police were created, where the head of Hana is Kiba's older sister. Their mother became Hokage. Mira told the whole situation. "My father and I are used to extract the tears of the phoenix, because only we can create them. My mother and sister are used to protect Konoha, since the seals of the Gremory clan are the strongest in protection. Thank God you took the Kyubi, otherwise it would have been the war began," Menma said. "The Uchiha clan has been sealed with subjugation, and we cannot use the Sharingan. Many women of our clan are used as incubators for Inuzukas to get our eyes, but so far not a single child has turned out with the Sharingan," said Sasuke. Naruto listened, and with every word he became angrier and angrier. It is very difficult to make him angry, but this situation made him so angry that not everyone wants to get in his way. "I will destroy this clan, and I will start with the police, but we will leave Kiba who will be useful," Naruto said and turned to the squad. The squad began to sweat and began to shake. Naruto came closer and closer, pressing with his ki. He came very close. "You kept my village in fear, seized power, this cannot be forgiven, you will burn to the ground," Naruto said, and under the squad, except for Kiba, Ouroboros seals appeared and they were covered in purple fire. "And I will use you against your mother," Naruto said and knocked Kiba out. Naruto turned to his friends. "Menma, go to your father and tell him to get ready. Sasuke, go to his father and say the same thing. Mira, as soon as the crystal is destroyed, together with Akemi, contact and call Rias's retinue, and I'll go to the police station and destroy it. Ophis, Kimiko, go home and take care of this trash," Naruto said and spread his wings. Ophis and Kimiko nodded and picked up Kiba and teleported home. The crystal did not interfere with them. Sasuke and Menma ran home to warn their parents. Akemi and Mira ran to the communication point where they can contact. Naruto was flying towards the new police station. He had already activated his armor and was ready to destroy the entire station. When he arrived, he didn't wait long. He put up a barrier, broke through the roof and began to cut out the entire area with a spear. The effect of surprise took its toll, and no one could do anything. That the shinobi, that their dogs died, everyone either had a hole in their chest or had a severed head. When Hana heard the carnage, she immediately ran out of the office, and she almost felt sick from the picture. Mountains of corpses everywhere, pools of blood, and in the middle stood Naruto in armor and with a spear. "Oh, you came back," and immediately began to break the laws, and decided to kill the entire police if the Hokage found out. Before she had time to finish, Naruto was holding her by the throat. "The Hokage will soon also repeat the fate of the police. Did you think that when I come you will be in power and will be able to order me? No, even the past Hokage couldn't command me, and even less so. Good luck in the next world," Naruto said and twisted her neck. After leaving the area, Naruto created a huge seal over it and burned it to the ground. Naturally, the fire attracted attention and Naruto was surrounded by Umbu and Tsum. "I returned anyway. It's a pity. I was hoping that you wouldn't come back," Tsum said. "I came out of the hole, dog, and what will you do to me?" Naruto turned and dispelled the armor. "I'll kill you, and I'll use your girls as an incubator. Dragons won't interfere with my clan." Tsum grinned. Naruto almost lost his temper, but held out. "I don't recommend it. Kiba is unlikely to like it." Naruto laughed. "What? Where is he? Don't you dare touch him. Otherwise," Tsum shouted. "Otherwise what? Will you kill?" Made me laugh. "In general, listen to me, bitch. Either you surrender your powers to Kage and return the post to Minato, or your son will go to feed Fenrir," Naruto said and snapped his fingers. A huge wolf, Fenrir, appeared above him. "What's more, I've been preparing this coup for too long. I won't give up power," Tsum shouted. "It's so good that the plot is not far from the residence," he thought and smiled. "Okay, Fenrir, break through that crystal." Naruto gave the order and the wolf howled and rushed to the roof. "No! Umbu!" Tsum shouted. "Not so fast," Naruto said and tied up all the Umbu. "Let me go, I deserve this title, not this phoenix," Kiba's mother shouted. "You have troubles with your head. Minato is a strong demon and a good leader. He made Konoha stronger than during the time of the first Hokage, and you only destroyed it. If not for me, then Konoha would have been attacked by other villages," Naruto said. At this time, Fenrir had already chewed the crystal and it exploded with a wave. All the demons regained their strength. The seals on the Uchihas fell away. Akemi and Mira, as soon as they felt their powers, they immediately contacted Surzex and Rias. They immediately reacted and teleported. Rias's retinue immediately ran out of the building and headed towards Naruto. Issei activated his balance breaker and flew towards Naruto. The Hokage family, as soon as they felt the power, ran out into the street and began to help civilians. Minato headed towards the residence. Naruto stood next to Tsume, who tried to break free and screamed that she would kill him. Issei and Ryasa's retinue landed nearby, and Minato arrived later. "Naruto, you are just in time." Issei was happy. "I know, I'm glad that you came so quickly. We need help with the destruction of Inuzuka and the capture of Hyuga. We also need to help civilians. Minato, this is yours," Naruto said and handed the hat to the Kage. Minato smiled and accepted the hat. "Your task is to restore the village, trade and friendly relations with the villages, also decide what to do with the Hyugas, execution of new elders. Holy battles were in the area and have already been destroyed." Naruto finished giving orders. "Hi!" everyone shouted. Spherius went to capture and destroy. Minato and Naruto entered the residence and began to restore Konoha. A week later, Naruto and Minato wrote 4 scrolls with apologies and proposals to resume friendly and trade relations, calling Umbu. The scrolls went to the villages. Naruto also killed the new elders and it turned out to be the lost exorcists. This explained where they got the holy swords from. New elders were elected, Shikaku Nara and Fugaku Uchiha. The rights of the clans were returned to a new old level and raised slightly. The Inuzuka clan was completely exterminated. Ryasa's retinue except Asia very quickly coped with it, after which the Hyuga clan was captured and a trial was held. In the end it was decided that the clan would lose its rights and become at the level of civilians. 95% of all money was taken from the clan treasury. The Byakugan was taken from half and replaced. With ordinary eyes, only the head and his family were left. The seal was removed from the side branch, but they were forbidden to carry out missions from B up to S rank. For 5 years, the head of the clan was put behind bars. Tsume and Kiba were executed publicly. Naruto was the executioner. 3 days later, answers came from the villages. It was said that all the villages were ready to resume trade relations, but with little compensation, because the villages suffered losses due to Konoha's abrupt refusal. Minato agreed and sent Umbu with scrolls with money. They gave 50% of the treasury Hyuga clan. As a result, relations between the 5 villages were resumed and improved for the better. Naruto was awarded as a hero who saved Konoha from destruction, because at least another year of Tsume's reign and Konoha would have been attacked and destroyed. As a reward he was given 25% of the treasury of the Hyuga clan and the title of elite jounin of Konoha and the title of Hokage advisor. The residents of the clan recognized him and were incredibly grateful. It turned out that Tsume sold Naruto's house to the daimyo of the country of fire, and when the daimyo came to rest, he could not enter the house due to barriers. Of course, he immediately went to the Hokage and was surprised when Minato was at the table. He began to make claims that he had paid quite a small amount for this house, but now he could not enter. Minato explained that the house belonged to the hero of the village and that he was inviolable. The daimyo still tried to be indignant, but Naruto came in and explained that this was his family's house, and if there were any more complaints, he could send mercenaries, but it still wouldn't help. The daimyo was afraid of Naruto's voice and aura and apologized and bought another house. The Uchiha clan suffered the most due to the fact that the Inuzuka clan used their girls as incubators, which is why the number of the clan decreased noticeably, but nothing could be done here. But their quarter also suffered. In most houses brothels were opened where girls they were used as toys. Of course the brothels were demolished and new ones were built, and each girl was paid compensation for moral and physical damage. This did not hit the Konoha treasury much, since the Inuzuka treasury was huge after the coup, and from there they paid compensation to the girls of the Uchiha clan. The civilians who were imprisoned by the Inuzuka police were released and received money. In principle, each clan was paid a considerable compensation for 3 years, because not only the Uchihas were incubators. Girls were taken from each clan for these affairs. Some died due to the large number of births, some survived and were paid very large compensation for this torment. In general, Konoha began to recover. There was still a lot of work, but it had already gotten back on its feet and could move forward. Shinobi began to carry out missions of all possible ranks. because the Inuzukas were not given missions outside the village. Everyone was happy to go out for a walk, kill the Nukenin and return with payment. Naruto also did not sit on the sidelines, helping the Hokage, completing missions, helping residents and clans, training his graduate and his adopted daughter, relaxing with Ophis. Without this, I will describe this later, if you want of course. There was just a lot of work for Naruto. Minato, seeing how Naruto was exhausting himself in all this work, he got tired of it and called him to him. Naruto knocked on the office and upon hearing permission, he entered. "Did you call Hokage-sama?" asked Naruto. "Yes, Naruto, I am grateful to you for your help, because thanks to you the village is being restored so quickly, but I also see how it exhausts you, while all the money you receive you give to those in need, so here you go. I have an S+ rank mission for you, go home and rest for a whole month," said Minato. "Vacation? You understand that the village has not fully recovered, it still needs help and," he was interrupted. "Naruto, you have already done a lot for Konoha, but look at yourself, when was the last time you slept?" "Well, That's it, that's why now you go home and sleep, then you rest for another month, otherwise it's all work, training, work. No you can't, even I sometimes take a vacation and relax with my family. Come on, if you refuse, I'll give you another month of vacation, go home," said Minato. "Hi, Hokage-sama," Naruto said and turned around. He had already opened the door, looked over his shoulder at Minato. "Thank you, father," Naruto said and left the office. "You're welcome, son," Minato said into the void. A month later. Naruto spent a whole month with his family. They did not leave the house, they spent whole days with their family. Of course Naruto tried to leave and go to training, but Ophis caught him and forced him back to the living room. "No, don't think so, Naruto loves Ophis and Kimiko very much, it's just that when you sit at home all day long, it starts to get boring, but there's nothing you can do." Thank God the month passed quite quickly for Naruto, and the Hokage called him. After breakfast, Naruto kissed Kimiko on the cheek and Ophis on the lips, and teleported to the Hokage's office. There he saw teams 7 and 11. "Did you call Hokage-sama?" asked Naruto. "Yes, Naruto, there is a mission for you. Some Akatsuki are collecting bijou, so far they have only collected the 6-tailed one, but according to our scouts, 2 of them are going to capture the 7-tailed one. Your task is to stop them and kill, if possible, find out about their plans. I appoint Naruto as commander of the mission. Now the Akatsuki are moving towards the border of the country of fire. I wish you good luck," Minato said and handed over the scroll for the corpses to Naruto. "Hi, Hokage-sama," shouted teams 7, 11 and 0. Naruto created a teleportation circle under everyone and teleported everyone to the border. So, the plan is simple. Kushina-san, Akemi and Laura go to set traps. The Gremory clan is better at this. Kakashi-san, Sasuke, they will prepare kunai, shuriken with fishing line and large shuriken. Menma prepare Phoenix's tears just in case, you might need them. Sakura prepare your Longinus. Mira fly into the sky and scan the area. And in the meantime I'll prepare weapons for you. Everyone understand?" Naruto explained the plan. "Hi." And everyone dispersed. Naruto began to create katanas, tantos, shurikens and kunai. He gave the shurikens to Kakashi and Sasuke in order to tie a fishing line to them. Kushina, Akemi and Laura set trap seals. When an enemy enters the action zone, some will explode, others will be tied with chains, and the third will release destruction magic. Menma began to create Phoenix tears, a very difficult and costly process, but Naruto gave him a couple of his potions that he invented himself, so Menma was able to create 2 cones of tears. Mira scanned the area. Sometimes Park Shinobi came into Mira's zone, but they were ordinary shinobi. Sakura also collected natural energy so that if something happened, the treatment would go faster. The preparations were over. Naruto replaced Mira every 2 hours, the rest set up camp and caught a couple of rabbits. They cooked and began to eat while Naruto was now in the sky and scanning the area. He thought that it was time for him to speed up the collection of bijou. He had already collected 4 bijou, 1-tailed, 2-tailed, 3-tailed and 9 tails. He needed to collect 5 more bijou, but that was later. Now he felt 3 sources of chakra, but these were not Konoha Shinobi or another villages. Naruto looked towards the sources and activated his vision. He rarely used it. He saw 3 people in cloaks with red clouds and hats with bells. One was with a large sword wrapped in bandages behind his back, the other was a little shorter and with blonde hair, the other was the smallest, but Naruto realized that it was just a shell. Naruto went down to the camp. So, I noticed 3 people with red clouds. Everyone should take their places and get ready. Naruto said. The team silently put out the fire and jumped onto tree branches. Naruto spread his wings and flew into the sky. Akatsuki walked towards the border of the country of fire in order to go to another and capture the bijou. When they almost approached the border, trap seals were activated. The chains could not bind anyone, but the explosions caught the man in the doll. The discharges of destruction could not reach the target and broke. The Akatsuki's hats flew off and the Konoha men jumped out in front of them. Hashigate Kisame, Tsukuri Deidara, Akasuna Sasori Nukenin S rank. Kakashi said, taking off the bandage. Puppies of Konoha, we thought that Konoha had long since rotted under the new Hokage. Deidara said, annoyed. Unfortunately for you, we were able to recover, and now we have a mission to kill you. Kushina said. Finally, lunch for Samahata. Kisame said with a grin and took out his sword. Not so fast, you will fight with me. Naruto said in the sky. Akatsuki looked up and saw Naruto in armor. Carrier of the Vanishing One, what do you think the leader will tell us when we bring your corpse? Deidara grinned. I'm more interested in how he will react to your death. Naruto said and created a spear in his hand. Team 7 is on you Deidara, Team 11 is on you Sasori, I will deal with Kisame. Naruto said as he descended to the ground and removed his wings. Hi. The teams separated, and Naruto and Kisame found themselves in the barrier created by Naruto. This is so that you don't run away, so let's dance. Naruto smiled behind his mask and the spear became covered with Ouroboros energy. Come on, Infinity Dragon. Kisame said with a crazy smile and unraveled his sword. After 30 minutes. Teams 7 and 11 had already dealt with Sasori and Deidara and sealed their corpses in scrolls and looked at the barrier in which the battle took place, but they saw nothing except the purple wall of the barrier. In the barrier itself, the battle was difficult, for the former swordsman of the mist, although for Naruto the battle was given with shortness of breath, but still it was quite easy for him. The only thing that hindered him was that Kisame, with the help of Samahata, took part of Naruto's mana, but also Naruto with the help absorption took away some of the energy. Kisame was amazed by Naruto's speed and strength. Not everyone could resist him in Kenjutsu, but Naruto had absolutely no problem with it. Suddenly Naruto, when struck by Samahata, blocks the blow. He twists his hand and a tanto appears in it. Kisame manages to block it with his hand from his head. Naruto grinned and let go of the tanto. At this time the spear disappeared and the tanto falls into his hand and Naruto pierces Kisame's chest with a sharp blow. The barrier slept and everyone saw the corpse of a swordsman with a tanto in his chest and Naruto, who had almost caught his breath and took Samahata. Naruto turned to his friends. I see you have already done it. Naruto said. Everyone nodded. Okay, Sakura, heal your wounds and we will teleport to Konoha in an hour. Said Naruto. Hi. Sakura shouted and began to treat her comrades. An hour later, Sakura finished treating her comrades and everyone gathered. Naruto created a large teleportation seal and teleported everyone to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the mission was successfully completed, there were no dead, the corpses of the Nukenin were in scrolls. Naruto said and handed over 3 scrolls. Well done, everyone is protected by the S+ rank mission, everyone can be free, but Naruto can stay. Minato said and gave everyone money for the mission. Teams 7 and 11 left, but Naruto remained. Did you want something, father? Asked Naruto. Yes, Suna wants to strengthen the alliance with a marriage contract. On their part, the Kazekage's sister, Sabako no Temari, was nominated. On our side they first proposed you, but then they changed their mind and appointed Menma. Menma yesterday gave his consent. Temari also agrees. Your task is to visit Suna and move the bride and her entourage, since even I cannot teleport so many people. Said Minato. Marriage alliance means? Yes, this is a good option for strengthening the union, but teleporting is not all? Asked Naruto. You're right, I would also like you to take charge of protecting the wedding. It is known that not everyone supports this union. Said Minato. Yes, you're right. Okay, when to go? Naruto asked. Tomorrow morning. Suna has already prepared to move and will be at the main gate of her village tomorrow. Said Minato. Okay, I'll go then, see you tomorrow, father. Naruto said and turned to leave. See you tomorrow, son. Minato smiled. Naruto teleported home and went into the kitchen, where Ophis and Kimiko were preparing dinner and having a nice conversation. I'm home. Naruto shouted. Welcome back, how was the mission? Ophis asked. Normal, lighter than easy. Naruto said as he sat down at the table. This is understandable, father can compare with you to Great Red and Trihexa. Kimiko said. You are also very strong, a little more and you will catch up with Ophis in strength. Naruto said. Thank you, Dad. Kimiko said and ran up to Naruto and kissed him on the cheek. You're welcome. Naruto smiled. The next day. Naruto was already standing at the main gate of Konoha and was waiting for the Hokage and the elders. 5 minutes later they arrived. Since you are here, I'll go then, in a couple of minutes I'll be with Suna's representatives. Naruto said and the Ouroboros seal appeared under him. He disappeared. He found himself at the main gate of Suna, where they were already waiting for Gaara, who after his father became Kazekage, elders, Umbu, and the carriage next to which stood Temari in a beautiful kimono. Naruto approached them. Hello, Kazekage Dano, I am Naruto Ouroboros. I was sent by Hokage Dano to move you to Konoha so as not to waste time on travel. Naruto said. Naruto? Isn't it you I fought in the Chunin exam and you pulled out the one-tailed one? Gaara asked. Yes, it's me. Naruto said calmly. Then, I would like to thank you, the one-tail only bothered me, and after you took it, I began to sleep better. Gaara said. You're welcome, are you ready to ship? Asked Naruto. Can you move all of us and the carriage? One of the elders asked incredulously. Naruto just grinned and created a huge teleportation seal. I ask the bride to come into the carriage. Said the second elder. Temari climbed into the carriage. Moving. Naruto said and the circle started and moved everyone to Konoha. At the main gate of Konoha the elders, the Hokage and the groom stood, they discussed the future wedding and future life. A large Ouroboros seal appeared in front of them and Naruto and the ambassadors from Suna appeared, and behind them a carriage with Umbu. Hokage-sama, the first part of the mission is completed. Naruto said and stood next to the Hokage. Well done Naruto, good morning Kazekage Dano, welcome to Konoha, I hope you enjoy it here. Minato said and shook the Kazekage's hand. Good morning to you too, Hokage Dano. I think we will like it in Konoha, Menma-san. According to our traditions, the groom must lead the bride out of the carriage. Gaara said. Menma exhaled and walked towards the carriage. He was wearing a kimono with the symbol of the Phoenix clan. Naruto decided to ask Minato something. Father, it turns out that Temari will become a demon of your clan, since she marries a representative of the main family? Naruto asked quietly. In part, as you know, demons use the chess system to gather a retinue. For example, I also have a retinue and Kushina is the queen, but at the same time he does not have the power of the phoenix. Menma has the same thing. He will make Temari his queen or another figure as he sees fit. Temari will become a demon, but she will be a half-breed. Minato said. I see, it turns out that I will also need a set of figures? Asked Naruto. Most likely, if you and Ophis want to get married according to the rules, but you can refuse because you are of the same race, this system only applies between different races. Said Minato. Naruto nodded. At this time, Menma had already approached the carriage and opened it. Extending her hand to her future wife, she eagerly accepted it and left the camphor carriage and approached Naruto and the others. Hello, Hokage-sama, Naruto-san, elders. Temari bowed. Hello to you too, Temari-san, welcome to Konoha, now we will take you to your home. Said Minato. They walked towards the house of Menma and Temari. It had already been prepared in advance. The future newlyweds walked ahead arm in arm. Naruto was in front as protection, the Hokage and Kazekage with the elders walked behind. The Umbu was released to check into the hotel. Naruto walked and scanned the area, his sensory abilities and empathy allowing him to deduce the enemy's bad intentions and level. While they were walking, no one attacked. At the sight of Naruto and the two Kage, they did not dare to attack, although they felt bad emotions from some people. After 10 minutes they reached a large 3-story house. It was located next to the Hokage's house and not far from Naruto's house. Here is your house, the elders and the Kazekage. Your hotel room has already been paid for a month with all the conditions. During Naruto's wedding Ouroboros will represent the main security force, so there is no need to worry about attacks. Said Minato. Security? Are you having problems in the village? Asked the elder. After the coup, the Inuzuka clan seized power, but after the arrival of Naruto, they managed to overthrow the Inuzukas and began restoring Konoha. Unfortunately, not all the followers were captured. They may have holy swords against us as a demon and we will not be able to engage in open battle. Swords have no effect on Naruto, and therefore Naruto agreed to be security at the wedding. There is no need to worry. Minato said. You don't have to worry, besides me there will be my daughter and girlfriend. They also agreed to guard the event. My daughter will be able to protect you alone, me and my girlfriend will act as additional support. Naruto said. Minato looked at him in surprise, he did not expect this. For the good of Konoha and the safety of my brother and his future wife, we are ready to do anything. Naruto said. Since 2 infinity dragons will guard my sister, I am calm and completely trust you. Gaara said. We will not let you down. Said Naruto. The Kazekage and the elders left. Menma and Temari entered the house. The Konoha elders also left. Naruto and Minato headed to the residence. You didn't say that you have a daughter. Said Minato. She is not my own, I saved her from the inhabitants of a small village when you gave a mission of rank B, said Naruto. That's it, then it's clear. Okay, let's go, we have a lot of work. Said Minato. Yeah. Naruto breathed out. A month has passed. A month has passed since Temari moved to Konoha. According to Suna traditions, the bride and groom must live for a month in the same house and have a wedding within a month. Menma was given his set of figures, but he can only make Temari his queen at the wedding. They decided to hold the wedding itself in the largest and most beautiful park in Konoha. They started preparing it a week before the wedding, decorated it in every way, set up an arch, chairs for guests, and a priest's table. They are holding a wedding in this park because it is large and open. This will help stop an attack if it happens. Naruto decided that he and Ophis will be in the sky looking at the entire park, and Kimiko will be among the guests. She will be the one to protect the newlyweds. Menma and Temari, it turns out, had been dating in secret since the Chunin exam, but they hid it well. Menma proposed to Temari out of love, and in the end the marriage benefits both the villages and the lovers themselves. Present tense. The guests have already gathered in the park and are taking their places. Kimiko is also among them. Naruto and Ophis are floating in the sky and watching everything from above. Minato and Menma are standing under the arch. Kushina and Akemi are standing next to them. Menma was wearing a chic kimono with the phoenix symbol. Minato was wearing his Hokage cloak. Kushina with a beautiful dress. Akemi did not go far from her mother. After 10 minutes, the guests gathered and the ceremony began. The bride came out to the groom, wearing an equally beautiful kimono with the phoenix symbol. When she approached, Minato began his speech. Today we have gathered to hold a ceremony of binding two loving hearts and strengthening the relationship between Konoha and Suna. This will not only benefit us, but also the shinobi world as a whole. This is also the first marriage between a person and a demon," said the Hokage. Naruto looked at this and was proud of his brother, although he refused to contact him or interact in any way, but still he is a brother. Menma Phoenix, are you ready to marry Sabako no Temari and make her part of your retinue? Minato asked. Ready. Menma said without a drop of doubt. Sabako no Temari, are you ready to marry Menma Phoenix and become a demon of the Phoenix clan? Minato asked, turning to Temari. Ready. Temari also said without a drop of doubt. Then I ask Menma Phoenix to take the queen figure, said Minato. Menma took the figure of the queen from the box and placed it on Temari's chest, and a circle of the Phoenix family appeared under it. The figure was absorbed into Temari's body and it was engulfed in fire. A minute later, the fire subsided and fiery wings appeared behind Temari's back. I pronounce you husband and wife, exchange rings, said Minato. Menma put the ring on Temari's right ring finger, and his wife did the same. Suddenly, people with holy swords jumped out from several places and wanted to attack. Panic began, but in front of the attacker who almost killed Temari, purple lightning shot. The attacker managed to dodge and jumped away, and Kimiko stood in front of the newlyweds. Bitch! Don't you dare disturb us, these filthy demons have ruined all of Konoha. Apparently the leader shouted. Don't try to do anything to my father's brother, otherwise you will have to count all your bones, said Kimiko. What? You've become completely impudent, you're going to die right here. We have holy swords, shouted the second striker. I am a dragon, I don't care about your swords, Kimiko said completely calmly. The attackers got tired of talking to her and they attacked. But a purple octagon with kanji on the corners appeared and released chains and tied everyone up. What the? Shouted the attackers. I arranged this. A cute voice was heard from the arch. Everyone looked there and saw a young and attractive girl with black hair and cat ears, golden eyes, and two tails. Kuroka, I thought you would come. Kimiko smiled. Naruto-sama asked to come just in case. Kuroka smiled and jumped off the arch. Kuroka relaxed too much and one chain weakened, and in the end one of the killers managed to break the chain and attack again, but before he could get closer, he was pierced by a sword. Behind him stood a guy with blonde hair, in a white coat, black pants, with red eyes and a vertical pupil. He pulled out his sword and sheathed it. You are too relaxed, the guy said in a calm voice. From his voice and appearance most of the girls fell into a trance. Mika, are you here too? Did your father ask you to come? Asked Kimiko. Yes, Shernoa and Krull will also come, Mika said and approached his friends. The whole retinue? Why does father need this? Kimiko was surprised. Era, Kimiko-chan, you're not happy to see us. A voice was heard. Everyone looked and saw two girls, small in stature. The first had large almond-shaped eyes of honey brown color and lush ash-colored hair long to the shoulder blades, a black jacket with buttons, a short skirt and stockings. The second had long pink hair, partially tied in two black elastic bands, reminiscent of bat wings. She also has what appears to be horns of sorts, and wears a short black dress with white frills and a frill of the same style over her skirt. There is a cutout at chest level, and the straps of the top intersect and wrap around the neck. The top has an open back. Pink stripes run from top to bottom on both sides of the front and end in bows. 5 gold buttons are embroidered between pink stripes. There is a white lace collar around the neck that reaches the collarbone. The collar is tied with a pink bow on the right. It features a small gold ornament and 2 long pink ribbons. She wears separate, loose black sleeves over her shoulders that become wider towards the end. Their cuffs have 3 gold buttons. White lace frills decorate the tops of the sleeves, and the same ones dangle under the sleeves. Under her sleeves, she wears another black sleeve that reaches her knuckles. She wears tall black boots that are initially below her knees, and tall golden stilettos. Shernoa, Krull, I'm glad to see you, but I'm just wondering why your father wants to see you. Kimiko said. They were talking and did not pay attention to the fact that everyone was looking at them. Finally, you have arrived. Naruto said as he and Ophis came down. Mister, why did you call us? Mika asked. My retinue should live with me, you shouldn't wander all over the world, so you move to us. Kimiko will accompany you and show you Konoha. Naruto said. Yes, father. Kimiko said tiredly. Naruto and Ophis approached the newlyweds. I hope you weren't hurt and you weren't covered in blood? Naruto asked. No, everything is fine, thank you, brother. Said Menma. Please, since our mission is over, we can go, Hokage-sama, you can pick up the attackers. Naruto said. You can stay, you saved everyone. Said Minato. No thanks, I'll have to go to Surzex for a set of figures and show Konoha to my retinue, good luck. Naruto said, and he and Ophis disappeared into the teleportation circle. Naruto and Ophis teleported home, and there was already a scandal. Naruto wasn't surprised. Kimiko and Shernoa always quarrel, mostly Shernoa is the one who pesters poor Kimiko. Naruto tried to measure them, but the truce lasts for at most 2 days, and then again. Now Kimiko and Shernoa are fighting again. Kimiko is screaming, and Shernoa is just smiling and giggling. Mika sits calmly on the sofa with her eyes closed. Krull sits at the table and drinks red liquid from a glass. Kuroka stands in the kitchen and cooks. Shernoa, stop pissing me off, it's the same thing every time. Kimiko shouted. Era, Kimiko-chan, where am I pissing you off? I'm just much smarter than you, so you can't contain your anger, hi. Shernoa laughs. Kimiko created a katana. I'll kill you. Kimiko screamed. Shernoa laughed and took out a hairpin, twisting it in her fingers. The hairpin turned into a large braid. They crossed their arms. Naruto sighed and created a katana in his hand. Kimiko and Shernoa heard sounds from the side and looked there. At this time, at sonic speed, Naruto hit the girl's weapon and it fell out. Putting away his katana, he grabbed them by the neck. How many times have I said, don't quarrel? Once again I see that you use your weapons against each other. I'll send you 2 on a mission. Naruto said. Sorry, father. Kimiko said. Excuse me, sir. Shernoa also apologized. Naruto released them and everyone sat down at the table. Kuroka had already prepared the food and placed it in front of everyone. After lunch, Naruto stood up and created a teleportation circle. Naruto, where are you going? Ophis asked. To Surzex for a set of figures, I'll be there soon. Naruto said and teleported away. Naruto found himself in a dark hall where Crimson Satan sat on the throne. Naruto-kun? What I owe to your visit? Surzex smiled. I would like to ask for a set of figures for the retinue. Naruto said. Have you finally decided to gather your retinue? Surzex was surprised. Yes, I already have several people, that's why I need a set. Naruto explained. Okay. Sasuke said and clapped his hands. One of the maids came into the hall with a box. You expected me to come for them. Naruto said. Rias told me that you would come, so I put together a set for you in advance. Said Sasuke. Naruto chuckled and took the box from the maid's hands. Naruto opened the box and saw a white set of pieces. They lay in 2 rows. In the top row there were a king, a queen, 2 bishops, 2 rooks, 2 knights. In the bottom row there were 8 pawns. Naruto looked at the figures and closed the box. Thank you, Sasuke-sama. Naruto said and bowed. You're welcome, Naruto. By the way, in a year there will be a tournament, everyone will present their retinue, the game will be in the style of chess, if you want you can take part. Said Sasuke. Okay, I'll think about it. Naruto said and disappeared. Naruto appeared at home and saw that everyone was sitting quietly and drinking tea. Only Kimiko and Shirnoa were sitting opposite each other, throwing hateful glances at each other. When Naruto appeared, eyes turned to him. I hope there was no nonsense. Naruto asked. It wasn't, don't worry. Ophis said. Okay, get ready, now I'll prepare the ritual and let's begin. Naruto said. An hour later, there was a large Ouroboros seal on the floor in the living room. Naruto stood next to it with a set of figures. Since everyone is ready, the office will start with you. Naruto said. Office nodded and lay down in the center of the seal. Naruto took out the queen figure and placed it on Ophis's chest. A light appeared and the figure was absorbed into Ophis. The seal glowed and Naruto felt a connection between him and Ophis. The glow subsided and Ophis opened her eyes. I feel a connection, it means everything worked out, do you feel anything? Naruto asked, helping Ophis stand up. Yes, I also feel a connection and an increase in my strength. Ophis said. Okay, let's move on. So 30 minutes passed. Kimiko became a bishop, Shirnoa a bishop, Krull a rook, Mika a knight, Kuroka a rook. Everyone received an increase in strength and the bond of master and servant. And the most interesting thing is that all the figures have mutated. Great, now you are part of the Ouroboros family. We have a year before the tournament of families. We have one more knight and pawns left to collect, but then first we need to deal with your forces. Let's go to the training ground. Naruto said and everyone went to the training ground near the house. Result. Office, great increase in magic and physical strength. Shirnoa, received a magic circle and an increase in speed. Mika, a huge increase in speed and received an Ouroboros circle. Krull, increase in physical strength and magic. Kuroka, increase in magic and strengthen your magical abilities. Naruto's stats. Race, Dragon. Physical strength, S+ and above. Magic level, above the biblical god and Satan combined. Family, Ouroboros, King. Kanjutsu, rank SS+ Samurai Master, beats Mifune in 10 seconds. Longinus, Divine Divider, the strongest host to ever live. Bloodline, the main family is Gremory and Phoenix. There is no strength, but there is an increase in strength. Parents. Mom, Kushina Gremory, daughter of Zyodicus and Venelana Gremory, brother Sasuke Lucifer, Crimson Satan, sister of Rias Gremory, Scarlet Princess of Perdition. Father, Minato Phoenix, son of Accio and Aimi Phoenix, brother Riser Phoenix, sister Ravel Phoenix. Girl, Ophis, Infinity Dragon God, queen in retinue. Daughter, Kimiko Ouroboros, the elephant in the room. Retinue, Kuroka Toge Rook, Michaela Hakuya Knight, Shirnoa Hiragi Bishop, Krull Teeps Rook. After Naruto checked the strength of his retinue, he went to the Hokage. Firstly, he needed to determine his retinue among the Konoha shinobi so that they could take missions, and secondly, take the mission. So he reached the residence and entered it. He entered the Hokage's office without knocking and saw Minato sitting at the table sorting out papers. Naruto? Are you on business? Minato asked. Yes, I would like my retinue to be enrolled as shinobi for missions, and take the mission. Naruto said. To make them shinobi, I need to know their power level. Said Minato. I can definitely say that they are at the level of an elite jounin. Said Naruto. Okay, I trust you, and about the mission, I have a mission for your level, no one else can complete it except you, the complete destruction of Akatsuki. They became more active after you killed 3 of their people, and began to more aggressively collect Biju, according to some information from the leader of this organization, the Rinnegan, so this is a mission for you, you have a month for it. Minato finished. Hi. Naruto said and disappeared. Naruto found himself at home and saw that everyone was sleeping. Naruto stood up and packed his things for the month. Having written a note that everyone except Ophis would go to the Hokage and become shinobi and that he would be gone for a month, or maybe more, Naruto decided to collect the Biju. Leaving a note in the kitchen, he teleported outside of Konoha. 2 months have passed. Naruto has not been in Konoha for 2 months. During this time, he had already destroyed almost all of Akatsuki, only the leaders remained, as Naruto found out that a person with the Rinnegan is just a pawn in the hands of a real leader. First of all, he killed 2 immortals from the organization, Haiden and Kakuzu. They were heading to the country of demons to pick up the priestess Cheyenne. But near the temple where the priestess was, he fought with them. He killed Kakuzu quite quickly, but Haiden had to be completely burned. So he flew to the village of Rain, where, according to information, the leaders were. At this time, just 3 from Akatsuki were standing in the tower and discussing what to do without people. Suddenly the ceiling collapsed and Naruto fell from the sky and quickly summoned snakes that tied everyone up. So, here are the last members of Akatsuki, Konan, Nagato, and the masked man. Naruto smiled and removed the armor with wings. Naruto Ouroboros, carrier of the vanishing dragon. Said the masked man. Yes, it's me. Since there are all 2 leaders here, then you tell me why you are taking the Biju, and maybe I will spare you. Naruto said. There is no point in hiding, all this is for the Eye of the Moon plan, an eternal genjutsu that will give everyone happiness, where there will be no wars and bloodshed, where everyone will live in peace. Said Nagato. Is that all? Naruto asked. What do you mean? Nagato was surprised. A world without wars already exists, now all the villages in the world, even carry out missions together, and with your plan you are only worsening the situation, you must have other reasons to carry out your plan, so tell me. Naruto said. During the Third World War, Konan and I lost a friend who founded Akatsuki, but before we were a regular organization helping villages and had almost ended the war, but because of Hanzo, who listened to Danzo, we were ambushed. Konan was taken hostage and given an ultimatum that either she or Yahiko would die. I didn't have time to figure out what to do when Yahiko attacked my kunai and committed suicide. I flew into a rage and killed everyone who surrounded us, except for Hanzo and Danzo. And that's how pain came into being. Said Nagato. Yahiko, is this him? Naruto pointed to the puppet. Yes, it's him. Said Nagato. Naruto walked up to the puppet and pulled out all the chakra receivers and laid it on the floor. If I resurrect him, will you stop your plan? Asked Naruto. If you are talking about Ito Tensei, then we don't need a soulless doll. Said Nagato. I don't have chakra and won't be able to use this technique. I will resurrect him as a member of my retinue, this is the only way. Naruto said. Will he be your servant? Asked Konan. Yes, but you can join him and become members of my retinue, so you will be together and there will be no need for any genjutsu. Naruto said and took out the box. Only if he is alive, I agree. Said Nagato. Me too. Konan said. That's great. Naruto smiled and took out 2 pawns and placed them on the chest of Yahiko's body. An Ouroboros seal appeared under the body. The pawns were absorbed into Yahiko and her body glowed with purple light. After a minute, the glow subsided and Yahiko opened his eyes. What? I'm alive, but how? Yahiko jumped up. Yahiko! Conan shouted and Naruto let her go and she hugged her friend. Conan? Where's Nagato? Yahiko asked. I'm here, said Nagato. Friend, what happened to you? Yahiko asked. Nagato told what Naruto said. That's how it is, but I'm glad that everything is fine, but how do I understand Naruto? Yahiko asked and looked at the dragon. Yes, I am Naruto Ouroboros, but talk later, now I will help your friend. Naruto said and walked up to Nagato. He pulled out all the pins that Nagato had and took out 2 more pawns and did the same thing as with Yahiko, then the same thing with Conan. You are all members of my family now, welcome. Naruto smiled. Thank you, said the trio. You're welcome, so now you're Tobi, or should I call you by your full name Obito Uchiha? Naruto said and took off Tobi's mask. I'm only doing this because of Rin, said Obito. You know where her body is, right? Asked Naruto. Yes, I buried him myself, said Obito. You will take me to him and I will resurrect her. But you will also become a member of my family. I think Kakashi-san will be glad to see you, Naruto said. Okay, I agree, said Obito. Naruto took out the box and took out the horse. Having freed Obito, he performed a ritual and Obito became the horse of Naruto's retinue. Now let's go to Rin, Naruto said. Obito nodded and Naruto created a teleportation seal. And new family members teleported to a small mountain where there was a grave. Obito dug up the girl's body, and to Naruto's surprise it was intact, that is, not covered with rot. Obito explained that he placed a seal that allowed the body to be preserved in this way. Naruto took out the last 2 pawns from the box and placed them on Rin's chest and the Ouroboros seal appeared under her. 5 minutes later, the ritual was completed and Rin opened her eyes. Naruto adjusted the seal a little so that Rin was the same age as Obito. What? I am alive? But how? Rin asked questions. Obito could not restrain himself and hugged her. It's okay Rin, let's go home, said Obito. Obito? Are you alive too? What's happening? Asked Rin. That I'll explain everything, Naruto said. Naruto told her the whole story. After Naruto told everything, Obito received punishment from Rin for not returning earlier, but then she hugged him. Naruto created a seal under everyone and teleported everyone home. Everything is there as always. Kimiko and Shirnoa are arguing, Kuroka and Ophis are cooking, Mika and Krull are training at the training ground. Naruto told everything to Ophis and asked him to help the newcomers deal with the powers, and he teleported to the Hokage residence. Hokage-sama, mission accomplished, Naruto said and gave a report. Well done, Naruto, were there any problems? Asked Minato. No, except that one of the leaders is your deceased student, said Naruto. Minato dropped his pencil from such words and ran up to Naruto. Did you kill him? Minato grabbed his son's shoulders. No, I made him my figure in the retinue along with Rin. They are now training at my house with renewed vigor, Naruto said. Take me to them, Minato asked. Okay, okay, Naruto said and teleported Minato to his home. Appearing at the training ground, they saw new figures of Naruto that were training to use the new power. Obito. Rin. Minato ran up and hugged his students. Minato-sensei, strangle me. Obito and Rin gasped. Obito, why didn't you return to the village? Minato asked. And Obito began his story. Naruto, meanwhile, was sitting in the room and planning out the training for the remaining year before the game. He was sure that they would win, but he still needed to train to become stronger. Time skip 1 year. A year has passed since the complete destruction of Akatsuki, and the training of Naruto's retinue. Now everyone can compare with Satan or higher. The hardest thing was to figure out how to use the Sharingan and Rinnegan without chakra, but Naruto was able to figure it out, and in the end Obito and Nagato were able to use their eyes without a source of chakra simply by pouring enough mana into their eyes. The entire retinue was a big friendly family. Well, almost Kimiko and Shirnoa were at enmity as usual, but it was a friendly enmity, yet they were friends. Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan and exchanged eyes with his brother. As a result he had a VMS and Menma took him into his retinue. Menma's entourage was almost the entire episode, so they will be at the game too. Naruto understood that it would not be difficult for them to win, so he was not particularly worried about the game. After all, only Great Red or Trihexa could defeat the two Infinity Dragons, although they were on the same level with Naruto, so victory could be immediately awarded to them. Ryasa's retinue and Citri's retinue will also participate. Naruto will fight with Citri, Menma with Ryas. It is clear that it will be difficult for Menma to cope with Ryasa's retinue, but still there was a chance, so while Naruto had no idea who he would fight with in the final, maybe it will be someone else clan, so he hasn't developed a game plan yet. It is clear that Naruto and Ophis will fight as a last resort. And the kings will be evaluated. It is not known how many points Naruto will be valued at and with what probability this number will come up. Naruto would like to fight Issei, but as already mentioned, Menma and his retinue have little chance of winning. Naruto still got married to Ophis. He wanted to do it after the game, but Kushina put pressure on him so that this would happen as soon as possible, because she, as a mother, wants happiness for her son. I had to buy a ring and propose. The wedding was held in the same park as Menma and Temari. All the residents of Konoha came with congratulations. Naruto's witness was Sasuke, Ophis's witness was Kuroka. After the wedding there was, of course, the wedding night, but I'll tell you about that another time, perhaps. Present tense. Naruto is now standing at the registration desk for the game. Other retinues had already registered. Naruto was the last one. "Hello, please put your hand on this ball," said the girl behind the counter. Naruto put his hand and 16 figures appeared above it and they were all mutated. Naruto wasn't surprised, but the other retinues were very much so. Naruto and his team received clearance and entered the arena where the battle between Citri and Ouroboros will take place, and later Rias Gremory will be there against Menma Phoenix. They went into the room from where the figures that fell out by throwing the dice would come out. There was still half an hour before the battle, so Naruto and the others went over the plan again. Half an hour later a man appeared on the huge screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am glad to welcome everyone to the Tournament of Families. I came up with it myself, I couldn't think of anything else. The rules are very simple, each team throws one dice, and what amount will come to that and you can place your pieces. Each piece is worth a certain number of points. Pawns are worth 1, knight and bishop are 3, rook is worth 5, queen is worth 8 points. Also each king is evaluated by the members of the jury. And now I will introduce the participants. The first battle. The first team of Sona Citri, the heiress of the Citri clan and the younger sister of Seraphol Leviathan. The second team appeared quite recently, but are already contenders for victory. Naruto Ouroboros, the son of the youngest son of the Phoenix clan and the youngest daughter of the Gremory clan, although he is not a demon, and the dragon, Surzek-sama still gave permission to participate. Now I will announce the cost of the kings. Sona Citri costs 10 points. Naruto Ouroboros costs 12 points, although Naruto Ouroboros costs more. This means he can enter the battlefield only if 12 points will appear on the dice. I hope everyone understands the rules, but now I ask the kings to roll the dice. Finished the man on the screen. Naruto and Sona rolled the dice for a total of 4 points. 4, a very easy start, but who can families stand against? Announced the commentator. A barrier has appeared above the teams that does not show what is happening inside. Who will go to the first fight? Naruto asked his family. I'll go, they'll release the horse, because they may still need the elephants. Mika said, getting up from the couch. Okay, Mika, I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to win, said the Infinity Dragon. Mika hung his sword on his belt and stood in the teleportation zone, and he disappeared and ended up on the battlefield. After 20 seconds, a girl with reddish-brown hair and brown eyes appeared. Both families have put up horses. This will be an interesting battle. If both participants are ready, you can start, announced the commentator. Mika took out a sword, like Tomo Sona's horse. If he had a katana, then Mika had a European sword. Get ready to lose, Ouroboros' horse, Tomo said. Mika said nothing. Tomo was enraged by this and she attacked, intending to strike vertically. Mika lazily dodged and kicked the girl, sending her flying towards the nearest stone. Tomo hit the rock hard, but was able to quickly get up and get ready. My sword, drink my blood, said the blonde. Thorned vines appeared from the hilt of the sword and wrapped themselves around his hand. The blade of the sword turned red and Mika felt a surge of speed and strength. He attacked the girl at supersonic speed and began to deliver blows that Tomo did not have time to parry. As a result, after 5 minutes the girl lay with a broken sword. She disappeared in a white light. Incredibly, the Ouroboros family horse won in less than 10 minutes. Let's not stop, kings throw the dice, the commentator announced joyfully. Naruto smiled and threw a die. Sona also threw. Rolled out 10. As many as 10. There are many figures we can put up for this. Let's see what our participants do. I'll go, said Obito. Are you sure, Obito? Asked Naruto. I'm sure it's unlikely that they will immediately post the queen, said Obito. Okay, Naruto said. I'll go too. It will be easier if 2 people with dojutsu go, said Nagato. Okay, good luck, Naruto said. K. The couple smiled and they appeared on the battlefield. A tall, beautiful girl with blue hair and blue eyes, and a guy with gray hair and yellow eyes appeared in front of them. I am Tsubasa Yura, Lady Sona's rook, said the girl. Lu Garu, Sona's rook. The guy introduced himself. Uchiha Obito, Naruto's rook Ouroboros, said the Uchiha. Nagato Uzumaki, pawn of Naruto Ouroboros, said the red-haired one. Let's start, shouted the commentator. Obito decided to take on the guy and attacked him in taijutsu, since Madara taught him it was at a high level. Nagato decided to take care of the girl and also attacked in taijutsu. Thanks to the Rinnegan and Sharingan, the former Uchiha and Uzumaki dominated Sona's servants, but thanks to their rook power, Sona's servants fought back well. Suddenly Obito is pierced in the chest and falls into the water. Looks like Naruto's rook Ouroboros is out, announced the commentator. Nagato had to retreat to dodge the blow. He was pressed against the wall. Your master's boat was not very strong. Lu grinned. It's time to lose, Tsubasa said. Don't be so self-confident, said Nagato. Suddenly, a kunai blade passed along Lu's back and he fell, crumbling into particles, and Obito stood behind him. What? Obito Uchiha seemed to be out of the game. How did he end up on the field? The commentator was surprised. In the stands where the retinue of Menma and Rias were sitting, Sasuke noticed that Obito's left eye was closed. Izanagi, said Sasuke. What are you talking about? Menma asked. This is a Sharingan technique. Even in our clan it is considered forbidden. When it is used, the user distorts reality and illusion, which allows him to avoid any damage or death, but the Sharingan who used the equipment is closed forever, Sasuke explained. It's good that Obito had an extra Sharingan in his hideout. This allowed him to transplant an unnecessary eye and not sacrifice it to Mangekyo. They acted according to plan even though they could have won without him. Well done, Naruto thought. He was proud of his friends, and glad that they were in his retinue. On the battlefield they have already finished off Sona's second rook. Incredible battle, Naruto Ouroboros's rook and pawn win without losses, shouted the commentator. Obito and Nagato returned to their family. Well done, I never doubted you. Naruto smiled. It's getting more and more interesting, let's continue, roll the dice. Naruto and Sona rolled the dice and it came up 12. Incredible, as many as 12, can we now see the power of the king of the Ouroboros family? The commentator rejoiced. Joyful screams were also heard in the hall. Naruto took off his cloak and gave it to Ophis. If they want it so much, let them have it, Naruto said and found himself on the battlefield. 3 people appeared in front of him, a teenage boy with blonde hair and gray eyes, a girl with a cute face with sleepy eyes, long purple hair and golden eyes, a girl with white hair and blue-green eyes. So, who do we have here? Momo Hanakai Sona Citri's bishop, Genshiro Saji's pawn, and the most interesting thing is Benya Orcus Sona's knight. Naruto smiled looking at the choice against him. The bearer of Vitra, the daughter of Orcus, and an ordinary girl. I won't suffer with you and I'll deal with you quickly, Naruto said and took off. His armor and wings appeared on him. This will be an interesting fight, let's start, shouted the commentator. Naruto did not hesitate and attacked Sona's people. Momo was the first to be hit due to her low speed, and ended up flying into a stone mountain. Suddenly, Naruto's hand was tied by a blue thread. Looking to the side, he saw Saji activating his mechanism, purple fire flowing along the thread. So this is Vitra's flame, interesting, said Naruto. He felt that there was someone above him. Looking there he saw Benya swinging her scythe at him. Naruto created a protective seal and deflected the blow. By hitting the seal, he broke it and hit the girl and eventually broke her weapon and she lost. Then a light attack from the Citri clan flew at him. It was Momo who had already stood up after the blow. I'm tired of you. Naruto got angry and broke Saji's thread. Purple lightning appeared on his hands and he hit Momo and Saji with a strong electric shock. They disappeared into white particles. Incredible. It's just incredible. Naruto Ouroboros defeated 3 pieces of Sona Citri. Don't even try, Sona Citri has few pieces left, said the commentator. Naruto had already appeared where his family was and put on his cloak. He threw the dice and so did Sona. The number rolled was 9. 9. This is the price of the queen. I wonder what the participants will do. Father, I'll go. Kimiko stood up. Are you sure? If they had placed their pawns, that would be fine, but she would 100% place the queen. Naruto was worried about his daughter. I'm sure, Kimiko said. I'll go too, Conan said. Be careful, Naruto said. Kimiko and Conan nodded and appeared on the battlefield. Tsubaki appeared in front of them. It looks like Naruto Ouroboros decided not to release his queen, but placed a bishop and a pawn. Let's start, shouted the commentator. Kimiko immediately attacked Tsubaki with a sword. Conan began to support her with the spell she had learned. This went on for about 5 minutes, then Kimiko shot purple lightning at Tsubaki. But she activated her Alice mirror mechanism and reflected the lightning at Conan. The lightning hit the target and Conan lost. Naruto's pawn Ouroboros is eliminated, announced the commentator. Kimiko was angry that her friend was defeated by her own attack. She created a katana and attacked Tsubaki. She did not have time to do anything and was hit. Queen Sona Citri is out of the game. What will the heiress Citri do? Shouted the commentator. Kimiko returned to her people. Kimiko, how are you? asked Naruto. I didn't have time to save her, said Kimiko. Don't worry, everything is fine with her, she ended up in the room with the losers, you're doing well. Naruto kissed Kimiko on the forehead. Kimiko nodded and sat down next to Ophis. I have an offer, Naruto shouted. Everyone paid attention to him. Sona Citri doesn't have enough pieces to play further, I propose a battle of kings, one-on-one, and we'll decide everything now, said Naruto. Okay, so be it, Sona answered. Incredible. Now we will see the battle of kings, Naruto Ouroboros against Sona Citri, shouted the commentator. The stands were filled with applause and shouts, some for Sona, and some for Naruto. The kings appeared on the battlefield. So be it, I will not use the power of the balance breaker, Naruto said and created his spear. I know that I have no chance of winning, but it's still worth a try. Sona adjusted her glasses. Great attitude, your sister and parents can be proud of you, Naruto said and attacked her. Sona began to attack the enemy with the magic of the Citri clan, but Naruto simply fought off without any problems. Sona created a sword out of ice and clashed with Naruto in Kenjutsu. Naruto didn't just dominate, he humiliated the young heiress and didn't give her any room to strike or counterattack. After 10 minutes, Naruto deals the final blow to Citri and she loses the fight. Victory! Naruto Ouroboros defeats Sona Citri, the Ouroboros family advances to the finals. The commentator shouted. The hall was filled with applause and shouts of support. Ladies and gentlemen, let me announce the next fight. Rias Gremory and Menma Phoenix will clash in battle. Our jury gave the Scarlet Princess of Perdition a full 12 points. The youngest heir of the House of Phoenix was rated at 11 points. Please take you to the battlefield. The arena was filled with thunderous applause. Menma and Rias rolled the dice almost simultaneously and the total number came up was 6. Gasper, Kiba, you will go out first, Rias said. Meanwhile, Menma was thinking about who to send first. He settled on choosing 2 elephants, which were Shikamaru and Choji. The strategy he wanted to use was that Shikamaru would operate at medium to long range, Choji as already obvious at close range. This strategy was similar to his aunt's, but unlike Shikamaru, Gasper's attacks could work at both close and medium range, even at long range. Shikamaru, Choji, get ready, you'll come out now, and then we'll see. After the king selected the pieces according to their value and points, the battle began. Kiba, thanks to his high speed, launched the attack first and wanted to knock out Shikamaru first, since he is not a very convenient opponent for him. Appearing directly in front of Shikamaru, Kiba pointed his sword directly at Shikamaru's neck to take him out of the fight in one blow. But, out of nowhere, a large, living obstacle appeared in front of Kiba in the form of an enlarged Choji, who covered Shikamaru with himself. Meet Tank! Choji almost suddenly turned into a huge boulder, and quickly gained great speed and rolled straight towards his opponent, with the intention of crushing him. Yuto did not expect such a quick counterattack, did not have time to dodge it, and was ready to be eliminated from the battle. But as it turned out, this was not destined to come true. The evil gaze of Baylor. Gasper said, and everything in his field of vision stopped, including Choji, rushing straight towards his friend Kiba. Although Choji himself was aware of what was happening, he could not move. I must admit that I underestimated you, because of this I was on the verge of losing, Kiba admitted honestly, and at all available speed he attacked Choji from all sides, instantly sending him to the infirmary to heal. Shikamaru was not idle, and tried to catch Gasper in his shadow to immobilize him. However, due to the fact that Gasper was a damper, he almost instantly, sensing a threat, turned into a bat. Kiba tried to get closer to Shikamaru, but each time he increased the distance between them, not allowing the swordsman to approach him. And right when Kiba was about to once again reduce the distance between them and finally attack, Shikamaru managed to use his shadow imitation technique, but was unable to catch Kiba in it, due to his prohibitive speed. Having paid for this, he dropped out of the battle, giving the first victory to Rias. Menma's face twisted into a hint of anger upon seeing his aunt's grinning face. Menma Phoenix's 2 horses are eliminated. The first turn ended with the easiest victory for the Gremory retinue. And let me announce the imminent start of the second turn. Rias and Menma again rolled the dice almost identically. The dice that came up showed the number 9. Menma, one might say despairing that he could not defeat Rias, sent his queen to the battlefield. Temari, she can be considered the strongest piece in his retinue, of course, not counting Akemi, who mutated into a double rook, devouring both pieces at once. Young Phoenix would like to send it to the field, but its cost exceeded the points dropped and available to him. Rias, on the contrary, took pity on Menma and his retinue, sending Akino to the field instead of Issei, and his current strength is comparable only to the strength of the heads of the faction. It's very surprising that this coincided. Now, dear viewers, you are watching the magnificent battle of 2 queens. Let the fight begin. Temari decided to quickly and unexpectedly attack Akino. Since she is currently almost the only kunoichi who can use wind release at the Kage level, she managed to very quickly create a gust of wind using her Tessen giant iron fan, which was instantly open to all 3 stars. It is with the discovery of these so-called stars that the strength of the wind flows created by the fan increases. The technique itself was rapidly moving towards Akino, who had not been standing still all this time, spreading her wings and leaving the area affected by the technique. And she immediately counterattacked her opponent in the form of Temari with ordinary lightning. Temari, who did not expect such a sharp turn of events, only managed to cover herself with her fan made of pure iron. And as we know, pure iron conducts electricity very well, would even say very, very well. Based on all this, Temari can be said to be foolish enough to take Akino's direct attack right now. Unfortunately for Temari, that same miracle did not happen, and she literally lit up with sparks of electricity, either from pain and loss, or from Akino's lightning. Oops, I think I overdid it a little, but I just liked it. Akino commented on her actions. Rias shook her head. It seems to her that the end of the world would sooner come than Akino would ever stop being a sadist. Temari, when she tried to get up, only worsened her condition and lost consciousness, going to the infirmary. Menma, meanwhile, crushed and threw everything that moved and did not move, except for his retinue. It was painful for him to look at Temari's injuries, although not serious, but not very small, but according to the rules, no one is allowed to leave the battlefield, not counting those who have dropped out. The second crushing victory of the Queen of Rias Gremory's retinue. Menma wanted to end this fight as soon as possible by entering the battlefield, so he immediately threw off his dice, nervously waiting for Rias. What was surprising was that the number 12 appeared. It meant a battle between 2 kings. As expected, Rias and Menma entered the battlefield. Phoenix wanted to defeat Rias, while winning and winning back until the final, but Rias only wanted a quick end to this battle. It was obvious to everyone that between her and Menma there was a large gap in the level of strength and abilities, of course in favor of Rias. Although Phoenix regeneration for Gremory may turn out to be a very noticeable problem. You'd better give up, Menma. Continuing the fight will only make your situation worse. Third place is already in your pocket. She tried to dissuade Rias from her nephew, not eager to harm him, but as we know, Menma is still a stubborn sheep. Never. I will never give up voluntarily. Having answered her, he immediately flew towards her, collecting a bunch of phoenix flames in his hand. Rias looked at him with disappointment. Without moving from her place, she sent a sphere of destruction directly at Menma, and immediately left her location. Menma somehow managed to repel his aunt's attack, but a smoke screen appeared. Having cleared the smoke, Menma did not see Rias and could not understand where she had disappeared. He concentrated as much as possible and began to listen. But he was not concentrated enough, and as a result, another star of destruction hit the back of the young phoenix and he lost. This is simply incredible. Rias Gremory defeats young phoenix outright. But let's not be upset, because the next battle will be the final, the young talent Naruto Ouroboros against Rias Gremory. Shouted the commentator. The crowd roared, everyone shouting the names Gremory and Ouroboros. Naruto had no doubt about victory, but he had fewer pieces due to the fact that Conan dropped out. Although she was a pawn, she was very strong and she could help in this battle. Yahiko refused to participate and went to Conan. Naruto did not dissuade him, but on the contrary, he was only for it, because Yahiko was the weakest of them and he did not want to sacrifice his family. So, ladies and gentlemen, this final battle will be unforgettable, the young talent Naruto Ouroboros versus Rias Gremory. Both teams are very strong and can give an incredible fight. Do not forget that Naruto Ouroboros and Rias Gremory are rated by the jury at 12 points, and now the kings throw the dice. Naruto and Rias rolled the dice and the number 6 came up. As many as 6. Great start. Remember, Rias's servants are stronger than Sona's servants, so it is advisable for everyone to act according to the plan. Who wants to go? Naruto asked. We'll go. Krull and Shirnoa stood up. Okay, remember they are stronger than Sona's servant, so there may be problems, said Naruto. Krull and Shirnoa nodded and went to the battlefield. Kiba and Gasper appeared in front of them. Naruto Ouroboros decided to place his rook and bishop, and Rias Gremory repeated herself and chose a bishop and knight. Let the fighters begin, shouted the commentator. Shirnoa took out her hairpin and she broke into her braid. She ran towards Kiba. Krull decided to take care of her relative. Shirnoa was inferior to Kiba in speed and agility due to her weapons, but put up a good fight thanks to her skills with her scythe. Kyua clearly did not expect this and lost ground a little. Kiba decided to push at speed, so he began to quickly run across the field. Shirnoa managed to repel the attacks of her opponent. She got tired of it and she created the Ouroboros seal and took the katana that Naruto made her and taught her to use. Here the chances were evened out and even went more in Shirnoa's direction. Kiba was surprised by such a sudden change of weapon from his opponent. Here Kiba strikes from the air, planning to break her katana, but Shirnoa reflects the blow and grins. Kiba sharply hits him on the back. It was Krull that defeated Gasper because the gaze of Baylor does not affect her, which was an easy victory for her. Kiba flies away and Shirnoa delivers the final blow. Kiba and Gasper lost. What a fight! The Ouroboros servants easily defeat the Gremory servants, but let's not stop, the kings roll the dice. Naruto was pleased and threw the dice. Rias was upset, but threw the dice. Rolled 5. Only 5. What will our rivals choose? Kuroka, you go, they will probably release your sister, Naruto said. Okay, Naya, Kuroka said and found herself on the battlefield. Naruto's intuition did not fail him and Rias released Kaneko. Hello, sis, Naya. Kuroka waved her hand. Kaneko remained silent and let go of her ears and tail. You can't even say hello, you offend your little sister so much, Naya, Kuroka said, but prepared to attack. There are 2 rooks on the battlefield, this will be interesting, said the commentator. Kaneko ran at her sister and tried to strike, but Kuroka playfully dodged and sometimes hit back. Still, Kaneko has not fully mastered her power, unlike her sister who had a special ability in her. An octagon with kanji on the corners appeared behind Kuroki and released bunches of blue flames. Kaneko tried to reflect them, but nothing worked and in the end she lost. It's incredible, Naruto's Rook Ouroboros won in less than 2 minutes. How strong are the servants of the young talent, the kings roll the dice, said the commentator. Naruto smiled, he was very happy with his family. Rias was unhappy because of 2 losses to her nephew. They rolled the dice and only 2 came up. 2 points. Since there is only one pawn in Rias Gremmary's group and it is worth 8 points, we give 1 point. Said the commentator. Obito, I'm counting on you. Naruto said. Horse means. Said Obito. Yes, their elephant is not a combat piece, so only a knight. Said Naruto. Easier than easy. Obito said and found himself on the battlefield. Obito found himself on the battlefield and a girl with blue hair, Zenobia Quarta, owner of Durandal, stood in front of him. Knight and pawn, who will win? It's already interesting, they've started. Shouted the commentator. Zenobia summoned Durandal and ran towards Obito. He had already returned his second eye, so he has 2 Sharingans. Obito threw a batch of kunai at her, but she dodged. Kamui. The kunai was sucked into the funnel. This is part of the plan. They clashed in battle. Obito specifically lost to the sword, but thanks to intangibility he could save himself from dangerous blows. Obito jumped back and made the seals. Kotan, great fireball. The ball flew towards the swordswoman, but she reflected it, but lost visibility. This is what Obito needed. Kamui. A hail of kunai that were already in Kamui's dimension flew out of the crater. Zenobia fought off a couple, but was still stuck with several. Obito ran towards the exhausted girl and struck. Zenobia is defeated. Incredible, simply incredible. The pawn defeated the knight. I am still amazed at the strength of the Ouroboros pieces. Apparently the training was incredibly brutal. Let's continue. Shouted the commentator. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and threw the dice. Rias did the same. Rolled 9. 9. A very large number. Naruto began to think whether Issei would be exposed to this 100%, but the problem is that only he and Ophis will be able to resist him, yet he decided to take a risk. Mika, Shirnoa, Krull, you will go. Ophis may still be needed. I rely on you. He is a dangerous opponent, perhaps stronger than his king. Said Naruto. Hi. The trio shouted and teleported to the battlefield. As expected, the enemy was the bearer of the Valiant Dragon. He was apparently angry that his friends were being defeated so easily, so he immediately found himself in armor and attacked. The commentator apparently decided to remain silent. Krull and Shirnoa decided to attack with the help of seals, and Mika ran into hand-to-hand combat. Issei easily repelled all of Mika's attacks and struck. Mika could barely stand on his feet. Issei began to collect energy and created 2 cannons on his back. This is bad. 1 shot and all 3 lose. The first defeat of Ouroboros, as expected from the bearer of the Valiant Dragon. Kings roll the dice. Shouted the commentator. Naruto and Rias rolled the dice, again 9. 9 again. According to the rules, Rias Gremmary's team cannot field Hayadu Issei for battle. Said the commentator. I guess it's my turn. Ophis said, getting up from the couch. Yes, they still have a queen, a pawn and a king, and the bishop is not a combat piece, be careful. Said Naruto. Ophis smiled and kissed Naruto. He answered, but he couldn't wait. Ophis broke the kiss and went to the battlefield. As expected, Akino will go. Here is the battle of queens, begin. You've caused us a lot of trouble. Akino giggled. Ophis did not answer, but only created an Ouroboros seal and released a huge ball of dark purple flame. Akino barely had time to dodge as Ophis released lightning of the same color. She simply did not give Akino the opportunity to attack. But she was able to wait for the moment and created a huge stream of lightning that rushed towards Ophis. She lazily raised her hand and created a seal of protection and reflected Akino's lightning. Akino put most of her strength into this attack, and Ophis simply repelled it. Ophis created a snake and it attacked Akino, but she did not have time to do anything before she was defeated. Queen Naruto Ouroboros wins easily. Ophis returned to her team with a smile. I told you I could handle it. She said. I had no doubt. "Hey Issei!" Naruto shouted. He drew attention to him. "I propose this, my queen is against your king, and I am against you, 2 heavenly dragons will fight again, and whoever wins this fight will win the game," suggested Naruto. Issei looked at Rias and she nodded. "Okay, I accept your challenge," Issei replied. The hall was filled with thunderous applause. Finally, 2 heavenly dragons will fight in the arena for the title of champion of the Sumei tournament. Naruto and Ophis appeared on the battlefield, with Issei and Rias in front of them. "This is the fight we've been waiting for so long, the fight for the title of champion has begun." Naruto and Issei immediately found themselves in their armor and instantly attacked each other. Meanwhile, their girls also began to fight. Naruto and Issei collided with their fists, creating a powerful shock wave. They did not stop and began to strike each other with fast and strong blows. With each blow the strength with which they fought was felt. The stands fell silent and watched the fight in fascination. Naruto was not inferior in strength to Issei, so the second did not have any advantages. He had to rely only on himself. This is not a battle against Sarog, this is much worse, this is a battle with the dragon god. Naruto was surprised by the strength of his opponent. Not everyone could withstand his blow, and not only can they also hit back. Naruto was so excited by this, he got the taste and began to fight even harder and faster, delivering a hail of blows. Suddenly Issei flew away and began to create a bomb. Naruto, too, created a seal and accumulated power. They released their attacks at the same time and they flew towards each other. They collided and created a huge explosion that destroyed their girls that had been fighting so far, but in the end they both lost. Naruto and Issei were caught in the explosion and their armor dissipated, leaving them without it. "Draig, I will have to use Juggernaut Drive," Issei said. "You are sure, partner, even though you can use it without harm to yourself, but still, who knows what he will do?" Draig said. "I'm sure this is the only way to defeat him," said Issei. Draig began to read spells. I don't remember which one without him. Green particles appeared around Issei and he began to turn into a dragon. Naruto looked at this and grinned. "Juggernaut Drive means, you're surprised, then I'll show you that I've been training for a whole year," Naruto said. A dragon pupil appeared in his eyes. He became covered in purple flames and it began to grow. The eyes glowed in the flames and a roar was heard. The flame spread and a huge dark purple dragon appeared, with spikes all over its body, a long spiked tail, and 2 large horns on its head. Naruto let out a powerful roar that shook the ground. "This is not Juggernaut Drive, this is the true form of the Infinity Dragon Naruto Ouroboros." Issei completed his transformation and the battle of not just 2 heavenly ones began, but a battle of 2 dragons. Naruto attacked with his purple flame, and Issei with a beam of red energy. They collided and an explosion was formed again, but of a smaller size. Naruto raised his head up and shot a black beam, a cloud formed in the sky, and plasma began to rain from there. Issei, of course, tried to defend himself, but the plasma penetrated the shield like butter. "Issei, these attacks are incredibly powerful. We won't be able to maintain Juggernaut Drive for long," Draig shouted. "How much?" Issei asked. 15 seconds maximum." Issei attacked Naruto and grabbed his neck. Naruto growled and began to fight back. He flew into the sky. 10 seconds. Naruto continued to rise. Issei let go and also took off. Naruto shot dark flames from behind his mouth. 5 seconds. Issei defended himself, but felt that Juggernaut Drive was subsiding. He decided on the last attack. He collected the last energy and shot at Naruto's flames. Issei gathered his last strength and shot at Naruto. Naruto did not expect this and put more power into the flame, but so that when the Juggernaut Drive subsides, Issei would not die. That's it. As soon as Draig said this, Juggernaut Drive slept and Issei fell under the flames, but did not die. He simply disappeared like all losers. Silence reigned in the stands, everyone still had not recovered from the incredible battle that the two heavenly dragons had shown. This is incredible. Naruto Ouroboros defeated Hayadu Issei and became the winner of the Same tournament, shouted the commentator. The stands were covered with applause and shouts in support of Ouroboros. Naruto put away his dragon form and smiled. Victory is what he wanted and achieved on his own, but now he could have been dead in the courtyard, but only thanks to Ophis and Albion he was able to rise to his feet and not give up, become the strongest, and defeat the valiant dragon and the strongest group of demons. Naruto raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. I am Naruto Ouroboros. Time skip 10 years. Naruto sat at the Konoha clan council. 10 years have passed since the tournament. And a lot happened. 2 years later, Naruto and Ophis had a son who inherited his father's appearance, and later a daughter who was a complete copy of her mother. They discovered the same talent as their father, and they began training. Ouroboros officially became a clan of Konoha, and a whole quarter for this clan appeared in Konoha. Kimiko married Sasuke Uchiha, which Naruto never thought to prevent, knowing the love of the Uchiha. Sasuke, if refused, could steal Ouroboros' daughter. And Kimiko herself was not against it, but only for it. They already have a daughter who is very good friends with Naruto's children. Naruto's retinue also found a mate and live in their clan quarter. After winning the tournament, Naruto received tons of offers to marry several women of demonic clans, but Naruto ignored everything. But the letters continued to come, and some especially arrogant ones managed to come to his home. I had to contact Surzex, and he settled the matter. Naruto-san, are you okay? Asked Menma, who was sitting in the Hokage chair. Minato gave up his post and gave it to Menma. Yes, Hokage-sama, I was just thinking, said Naruto. Wouldn't it be about how to get out quickly? Sasuke, who was sitting next to him, grinned. Perhaps Sasuke-san. Naruto also grinned. Stop it, both of you, like two children, and not one of the strongest in Konoha, said Akemi, who took the place of the head of the Gremory clan. Come on, Akemi-san, you yourself are thinking about how to leave here and go to Mika. Naruto smiled. Yes, Akemi and Mika got married and also had a son. Akemi blushed. Idiots. Akemi said. So please calm down, you are in the council hall, not in the bazaar. The Hokage said seriously, although it was clear that he was also tired of sitting here. They sat for another hour and were incredibly tired, and today the children still had practice at the academy and had to go. Here are the heads of the clan standing at the training ground where Naruto once practiced and graduated. He grinned at these memories. Children underwent practice under the supervision of parents and clan heads. Of course they were worried, but they had to avoid disgracing themselves. There were also strong students, such as the children of Naruto, Sasuke, Akemi, Menma and Laura, who is now Satan taking the place of his uncle. After practice, the children ran to their parents. Dad! Dad! You saw what a ball I had! The boy shouted. Naruto caught his son and hugged him. Of course, Izao saw it, all like me. Naruto smiled. Opus came up to them with a girl in her arms. She immediately reached out for her dad's arms. Hello, daughter Aika, how are you? Naruto asked his daughter. Okay, Dad, Mom has prepared dinner, can we invite our friends? The girl asked, making eyes. Well, how can I refuse you? Naruto said. Hooray! The children shouted and ran after their friends and parents. Hello, my love. Ophis said and kissed Naruto on the lips. Hello, my love. Naruto said. 5 minutes later, Izao and Aiki's friends arrived and everyone went to visit the Ouroboros family. It was a story about Naruto Ouroboros, the Dragon of Infinity, who did not give up and went all the way towards his goal, found true friends, a wife, children, a clan and a place in society. He wishes you to never give up, even if everything is lost, go to the end. The story ends on this note.